Alrighty. Welcome. Welcome there, travelers. Welcome to another episode of Bible Study Devotional, as well as learning more of the mysteries, and in some weird way it almost feels like the mysteries in the trials of patience, of just trying to not give up learning some of these tricks. If any of you guys have any advice or tips on some of these tricks that I'm learning, for some reason some of them just don't have any how-tos, and some of them even have the how. You know what the how-to is? It's just them just doing it in a slow-mo clip, and I guess it's and I've been trying to find some of these writers, but some of the tricks that we're starting to get into, some of them are like from like the 80s or like the early 90s and stuff like that. I try and find the writer on Instagram or something. I can't find him. I don't know if they just changed their name. Maybe they don't use the social media platforms no more, but it's kind of, but yeah. Welcome in. We're in here writing a 15 by 15 square foot area. And this is one of the really cool things about Flatland BMX, is that you can learn it in very minimal quarters. It sounds weird. I actually feel like, I say this a lot, but I've seen some pros and they'll ride. I actually saw another pro guy. He was riding in a smaller little area, because I've seen some people and they practice in a 5 by 7 foot square. I think to kind of force them to start doing these crazy arcs that forces them to go into different, pivot points or something like that. But yeah, welcome in. We're just going to take a little bit of time and just peer into God's Word. Honestly, today I really didn't even know what to get into, but the thing is I've had many believers say, no matter what we do, we should try and seek the will of God in anything that we're doing. And sometimes it really does trip me out, because we live in the age of technological advancements, right? And it's so weird to me when I think about that just the technological advancements of today's age. Because imagine this, imagine we were just chilling here 1,000 years ago. Well, first off, it'd be really weird, because it probably just seemed like I was just talking to myself. But we might be in a farm, we might be in a barn, we might be outside with a little fire pit or something like that. But right now it's so crazy. And the thing is I feel like back thousands of years ago, it'd be a little bit more, I guess I really don't know, but I would assume it'd be a little bit more difficult to just find a vast thing of Bible commentaries or something like that, or you'd have to go to the library, specifically find that one book for that commentary. And now we just have all of this stuff, maybe not all of it, but we have a vast quantity of it just at the touch of our fingertips. And it's so crazy to me. I'm like, what in the world? It's very, very strange. And sometimes when I think about just even the Bible itself, right? Sometimes I guess I've gotten some of these thoughts because I have done some, I haven't ever played this game before. I will be honest, I've never actually played it, but there is this game I have done some people's character commissions for, and it was from Warhammer, right? And what's weird is I know a little bit about Warhammer, but the thing about it is what's really strange about that game is it goes from the olden times and then goes all the way into basically a sci-fi future. And it's so crazy to me because it's so weird to me thinking about the Bible and thinking about imagine the first people to start just writing the scriptures down, to just even start doing a Bible study, and think about all the technology that they had at that present moment and now all the technology that we have right now. Bro, sometimes it makes me feel like we're just living in some sci-fi Christianity stage now, where we're just using technology. It's so crazy. Even just thinking about Matthew 5:14-16 about, us shining our light before others. I've actually been hearing, if you type in Matthew 5:14-16, shining your light Bible study or look those verses up on YouTube, and there's so many sermons on it. But what's actually kind of funny is that there's some pastors that they like literally start talking about like this is why they started using technology to help shine their light. And I just go, how crazy is that, man? That people are using the technology now, and it's so weird to think that we read some of these scriptures and now we kind of I'm actually curious. What scriptures nowadays do people read? And just because of the technological aspect that we're in, we actually might view it a little bit differently. I'm not really sure on that, but we're going to get into a Bible study today. We're going to get into enthusiasm. I didn't even know, I didn't find a verse, but the thing is, this is how we can do it too, is just type in a single word, and that's what we're going to do. We're just going to type in enthusiasm, Bible verses, just like that. Just going to type this in. I didn't even type it in right. So let me hit that one. Enthusiasm, Bible verses. Now let's see if we can find the main one where it has a bunch of Bible verses on it. And it's generally on Open Bible. And so we're going to read some of these. Let's see. Now you got to take these with a grain of salt too, because sometimes they don't actually have the word exactly in there. Now, actually, I don't even think the word enthusiasm is even in the scriptures, but I'm just curious now because it does kind of make me think about zeal. It makes me think about fervency. It makes me think about enthusiasm. It makes me think about life. It's weird. Kind of reminds me about life. Stuff like that. So let's read some of these verses and let's just find a commentary if we can. Hopefully we can today. Enthusiasm. Colossians 3:23. Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men. That is a very strange verse right there. It's weird that they would put that verse in the very front. The very first, I feel like that would not be the verse I would put for enthusiasm, but for the very first verse, actually, I kind of find that interesting on this site is like, what verses do they put? Because it's not like they put it in chronological order. There's somebody that programmed all this stuff and they're like, well, what verses do you guys think? And then they like put that one in the front, I guess. But what's actually weird about this one now, I think we have done like one Bible study on this, but what always trips me out about this one, whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men. I think, I'm going to be flat out honest, what trips me out about this verse is like, I feel like in our modern society, I feel like the economy, like sometimes if we were just to observe a lot of parts of the economy, sometimes it feels like businesses, right? It's kind of in some weird way, it seems like they have to appeal to a vast audience or to a vast ranges of people and stuff like that. And then this verse kind of trips me out because it's just like, whatever you do, like, isn't that crazy? Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men. That is such a strange verse right there. I would love to hear what like pastors say on that and just what they think about that in like our economy at the moment. How businesses operate and stuff. Let's keep going. What else we got up in here? 2 Corinthians 9:7. Each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Interesting. Philippians 1:18. What then? Only that in every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is proclaimed, and that I rejoice. Yes, and I will rejoice. All right, let's keep going up in here. What are they going to bring up in here? Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. For there is no work or thought or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol in which you are going. Now, I actually do remember we did a slight Bible study on Sheol. And Sheol, now I might be wrong. It's been so long. It might have been a couple of years since we did a Bible study on that thing. But I think Sheol is kind of like the underworld, but it's not like hell. It's kind of like this like little, it's like, well, not little. It's actually this place where I guess the souls go or something before they go to heaven or hell. I might be wrong on that, so take that with a giant grain of salt. But Sheol is mentioned quite a bit. But we're not doing Bible study on that. We're trying to stay on the concepts of enthusiasm, right? 2 Timothy 2:15, do your best to present yourself to God as one approved, a worker who has no need to be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. Isn't there a verse that says we're supposed to not be ashamed of the gospel? What verse is that one? I guess that one kind of reminds me of that one. Do not be ashamed of the gospel, right? This one I've had to actually put in my own mind a lot of times because sometimes it is kind of it can be kind of embarrassing to share the gospel. I guess in the beginning. Right now we've made this into such a habit to where it's just like, now it's like, even if it is just embarrassing, even if I don't know what I'm even doing, we're just going to try and peer into the Word of God, even just a little bit. But it does kind of remind me of this one. For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes, to the Jew first and also to the Greek. Intriguing. I think there's some I know there's some other verses about that as well. That's not the only verses. And maybe we should do a Bible study on that. I haven't even read that one. Maybe we could read that one. But we're trying to stay with enthusiasm. See, this is kind of what starts happening with these Bible studies, is I'll like look up some verses and then like, I'm like, wait a minute, that verse kind of is interesting. Maybe we should do a Bible study on that one. But we're trying to stick with enthusiasm. So what else did we get into? So enthusiasm. Okay, we were at 2 Timothy 2:15. What was this one going to say? Didn't we go into that one yesterday? The other day? James 1 through 27, about trials and being joyful even in the midst of our trials. Romans 12:11, do not be slothful in zeal, be fervent in spirit, serve the Lord. Slothful in zeal, but fervent in spirit. Now the other thing about this is, especially with zeal, is that there is a level of becoming, I think, a zealot or becoming too zealous. And I do remember there is a story in the scriptures about, actually, I think it was John the Baptist and James. And the thing about it is, I think they were traveling throughout the cities and they got so provoked. It's weird to say this, right? They got provoked so much that they were like, well, do you want us to pray for thunder, or do you want us to pray for fire to come out of the sky or something like that? And then the Lord Jesus Christ said no, but because of their, I guess, zeal for trying to follow the Lord, I think they were named like the Sons of Thunder or something like that. Let's actually find those verses up in there. It's a very, I don't hear too many. Every time I bring it up, I feel like people, I know when I have brought it up, people don't really tend to think about that, but for some reason, just because it says the Sons of Thunder, I've always just kind of remembered that. Sons of Thunder, Bible verses. Bible verses. Let's see here. Okay, that was in Mark 3:17. Jesus gave them the nickname Boanerges, or Sons of Thunder, which is apparently a reference to the bold and aggressive personalities. It may have been because they asked Jesus to let them bring down fire from heaven to destroy a Samaritan village that rejected them. Holy moly. Isn't that crazy? It's so crazy that I think it was James and John. Let me see. Let's actually see who it was. Okay, yeah, it is James and John. It was actually James and John. Why did Jesus refer to James and John as the Sons of Thunder? Very strange one, right? But anyway, let's keep going. So I think that's also another level we have to think about, maybe even in the aspects of like, kind of almost like the fire and hellstone, like street preachers that are out there kind of just with the microphone, almost just like yelling at people. It kind of, maybe I wouldn't say they're yelling at people, but sometimes it can provoke people. And I feel like, maybe we can be, and in their mind, that's the thing, is maybe they're like, oh, we're being totally zealous for the Lord. We're doing exactly what he wants us to do. But maybe we could be doing it in a way that could be maybe provoking too many, or we're actually maybe repelling more souls than we're actually winning. So that's what I think sometimes, but I might be wrong on that. But we are called to not be slothful in zeal. But I think that's when I think about that. I think about there is a level of becoming maybe too zealous and stuff like that. But I might be wrong on that. So take that with a giant grain of salt. But that's what I think about when I read Romans 12:11. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord. 1 Thessalonians 5:16-18. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus to you. It's actually interesting that they brought up the word rejoicing for enthusiasm. I feel like that's actually such a great word for enthusiasm, rejoicing. Let's actually look up a Bible study on rejoicing. I actually feel like rejoicing is very similar to enthusiasm. Let's look up the definition for rejoice. Rejoice, Bible definition. Let's read some Bible definitions on rejoice. I don't know which one we should read. Should we read this one or should we read that one? Let's read the KJV one. Let's see what this one says. For some reason, not loading. Oh, there we go. Okay, rejoice. What is this one going to see up in here? To experience joy and gladness in a high degree, to be exhilarated with lively and pleasurable sensations, to exult. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Proverbs 29. What in the world? That's a strange verse right there. I will rejoice in thy salvation. Rejoice, to make joyful. Okay, to gladden, to animate with lively, pleasurable sensations, to exhilarate. It's weird that they use the word animate. Animates with liveliness. Rejoiced, exhilarated, one that rejoices. Rejoicing, animate with gladness. All right, let's look. I guess we'll let's look up a Bible commentary on rejoicing. What verse did we go into? What was the verse that we just went into? It was 1 Thessalonians 5:16. Let's look that one up. What does it mean to rejoice always? I guess for me it means I feel like to bear the fruits of the Spirit, but we might be wrong on here. What does it mean, this is on God Questions, by the way. What does it mean to rejoice always? 1 Thessalonians 5:16. Let's read this. Okay, let's read this. I can read it on the screen. It's just I have to lean down because my laptop's right here. I have to lean down. It's easier for me to just do it like this. To command the command to rejoice always is found in 1 Thessalonians 5:16. We can gain a better understanding of what exactly it means to rejoice always when we read the command in context. That is, we need to understand what precedes and what follows the words rejoice always to fully understand Paul's message to the Thessalonians and to us. Paul's primary intent was to exhort and comfort the Thessalonian believers. In 1 Thessalonians 5, he encourages them to daily live in a way that pleases God. He warns them to be prepared at all times for Christ's return. Paul closes his epistle with a to-do list to aid the church in their daily living and in relating to one another. Interesting. It's interesting that it says relating to one another. It's so strange that he brings that up. Because, here's the thing, right? And I know I bring this up a lot just because it's weird. Because I kind of feel like it is kind of a very touchy subject. But it is a subject that it just trips me out so much. Because especially where I live, and not only where I live at the moment, but even when I was living out in Long Beach, it's like you go to one church and there's 5 other churches all around it. And it's weird because when you go to these other churches, you just notice that they're actually different denominations. And it's so odd to me because I'm just man, it's so strange that it's literally even where I kind of am at the moment, you can literally go to the church right up the street. And it's crazy because you go to one and there's literally 7 of them. You can see in the same range span. It's just really, really odd. And you're just I don't know. It's really strange to me. And sometimes I really wonder is there any relating to one another when I think about that? Because sometimes I just feel there's this kind of this gap of maybe they don't want to associate with the other ones because maybe I don't know, which is really strange. But then what trips me out is I have friends of so many different denominations, and then when I bring up verses, they're oh yeah, dude, we've done studies on that verse. And I'm what in the world? That's strange that we have all kind of tried to meditate on the Word of God. And I think it would be really cool because I feel I always think about 1 Corinthians 12 on the many members of the body of Christ. I know I bring this up a lot of times, but towards the end, let's just go into it because it really trips me out because I feel at the end it says something we're supposed to not be divided or something like that, right? Let's read it. It's at the end of 1 Corinthians 12, right? It says that there be no division. Or let's just read a little bit more so we can get a little bit more of a depth into it. Where should we start? And on those parts of the body that we think less honorable, we bestow the greater honor, and our unpresentable parts are treated with greater modesty, which our more presentable parts do not require, But God has so composed the body, giving greater honor to the part that lacked it, that there be no division in the body, but that the members have the same care for one another. If one member suffers, all suffer together. If one member is honored, all rejoice together. Now you are the body of Christ and individually members of it. Right? This part really, really intrigues me, and it trips me out, because if you look up just 1 Corinthians 12, like 1 Corinthians 12, like on YouTube, and you just put in sermons, or you put in the many members of the body of Christ sermon on YouTube. Now it does, what I've noticed is it does seem like many pastors bring up like the body of Christ in their own like congregation, within their own church walls, right? But what I'm starting to notice with a lot of sermons is that what I'm confused of now is what happens if, say, you are in a position where, kind of like I am, where I'll go to one church, and it's not just one church. There's like 7 other churches pretty close by. I mean, there's some churches, you literally just look around and you could see the other churches right there. And what I'm kind of confused on is the body of Christ even beyond denominational boundaries? Or do some denominations think that they're the only body of Christ and everybody else is not a part of the body of Christ? And it's weird, because I feel like there's this kind of like this lack of empathy towards other believers. It sounds ridiculous, right? It's so crazy to think about that. But I feel like there's this kind of, I mean, sometimes it feels like it is kind of divided. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes it does feel like the body may be divided a bit. Maybe it's just me where I kind of live, or I don't know if that's it everywhere. But I feel like what would be cool, just because, now why I'm bringing this up is because what this commentary just said, right? The church in their daily living and relating to one another, right? Relating to one another, right? It's just, and I think it would be cool, and I'm wondering, like, just because this verse says we're supposed to not be divided, right? It makes me truly ponder on, okay, so what potentially what would occur? What would happen if the body of Christ was divided right now? Would we be called as believers to try and make the rift bigger in the divisions, like totally cause the rift to even get even more divided? Or are we called to heal divisions? I really don't know, right? But I would like to think that we're called to maybe heal divisions. And I think what would be kind of cool to do in terms of relating to more believers that are around is it'd be cool to just have like one day. I mean, that's all. I mean, I feel like that's not even that hard to do. But just imagine if there's just one day where just no matter what denomination, you just believe in you. Maybe you don't even really read the Bible. You just trust in the Lord Jesus Christ. But how crazy would it be if there was just one day where just believers just gathered, no matter what denomination, and then there was just like some, exhortations, maybe questions that got brought up. Because I think what would be really cool is, I think it would be really cool to bring up every single denomination. Imagine we had all the elders, all the pastors, every single denomination, all in one little area, right? And we would just kind of ask questions on 1 Corinthians 12. How crazy would it be if we brought up these very verses to all of these different denominations? Would they all like bicker, and would they like bicker amongst themselves? Would they go, oh, well, we're the only part of the body of Christ? Or would everybody agree that they have a different function in the body? I really don't know, right? And I think that would be really cool. I honestly think it should be plausible to do something like that, especially with the technology that we have. Another aspect that I think would be kind of nice, and these are just my ponderings. I take this with a giant grain of salt. I don't even know if this might even bring upon. I would hope that doesn't bring more divisions. I would like to think that it would bring more relatability and more empathy towards others in the body of Christ. But who knows, right? The other thing I think what would help into relating with one another is, how like we're reading this Scott Questions commentary. Well, if we go on, like, say, a Bible Hub commentary, let's actually just look up this exact verse, 1 Thessalonians 5:16, right? So let's look this up right now. 1 Thessalonians 5:16 commentary. Now, I think what would be cool is, so that's the one that we clicked on right there, but see this one right at the bottom? This is a very interesting one, because when we go to this site right here, see how there's all, and everybody should, because I read these commentaries so much, right? But see how we have all these different commentaries? We got the Ellicotts, we got the McLarens, which McLaren's, we got all sorts of different commentaries, right? But what's weird about these commentaries is that they don't really specifically mention what, man, that is a huge commentary right there. We got the Benson commentary, right? We got all these different commentaries. We got the Matthew Henry's commentary. We got the Barnes. We got the Jameson Fawcett Brown. We got the Matthew Pools. We got so many different commentaries, right? Now, I wish this site could do it right now because they already have so much of a catalog of all these things. But it would be cool if we could click on this verse right here, right? And imagine we could click on that verse and be like, okay, well, this is what every single denomination, and I know that we probably couldn't get every single denomination, but I think if they were still, active, they should be able to write something in it. And the thing, it would be cool to like click on this verse and be like, oh, well, let's see what every denomination thinks about this verse right here. And how crazy would it be if we could do something like this for every single Bible verse? Every single Bible verse, like we could see every single what denominations they specifically think about that single verse, right? And it'd be cool if there was even like a public thing where like even somebody that wasn't a believer or something, they read that verse. What do you think about that, right? And stuff like that. And I think that would be kind of cool because I feel like that could bring in a little bit more maybe relatability, maybe a little bit more kind of like, oh, I didn't know they thought about it that way because I thought they totally thought something else because, on the internet, a lot of people can just lie right off the bat, and they might say, "Oh, well, this is what they say," and then you go and actually talk to some people in that denomination, and they don't really think that. So I feel like that would be an interesting way to maybe, I don't know, maybe not cause as maybe heal divisions. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, right? Because if there shouldn't be any divisions, are we called the heal divisions? I don't know, right? But that's my own thoughts. I probably not sure if that's ever even going to happen, but. I feel like that would maybe bring some edification in the entire body of Christ, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. And it's crazy. Just for reading that little thing right there made me think of all that stuff, right? Okay, let's read some of these then, because this is for in relating to one another, so let's see what Paul brings up. Comfort and edify one another, 1 Thessalonians 5:11, respect all leaders, verses 12 through 13. Warn the unruly, comfort the faint-hearted, uphold the weak, and be patient with one another. Treat everyone with kindness. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks. Do not quench the spirit. Test all teachings. Avoid evil. Interesting. Now let's read. What is this going to say up in here? These exhortations are a great reminder to all Christians. Our circumstances and feelings should never stop us from rejoicing, praying and giving thanks and showing respect or acting kindly. When we adjust to God's way of thinking and relating to others, we are reminded that as Christians we can rejoice even in the midst of trials and suffering because of the pattern established by Christ Jesus. For the joy set before him endured the cross, scorning its shame. Hebrews 12:2. And that is a very crazy verse because then the Lord, he brings up that we should be bearing our own cross. And it's so strange to think about that because the cross is just this gigantic wooden torture device, man. And it's crazy even to think about that because it's if you guys do a Bible study on carrying or picking up our cross daily, it's like such an interesting one because I always thought it was like something else, and a lot of commentaries go into much different things that I thought. Let's keep going. Jesus showed us that suffering precedes glory, and Jesus' suffering and resurrection have been secured a joyous future for all who have been redeemed. In Christ we can rejoice always. Our exhortation to rejoice always is found elsewhere in Scripture as well. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I will say it again, rejoice. Philippians 4:4. It's interesting they brought it up again, huh? I feel like that's the one that I remember. I didn't know it was actually mentioned quite a bit more. Rejoicing is not just a suggestion, it is a command. And it is commanded always. We can always choose to praise the Lord. Joy is the fruit of the Spirit, Galatians 5:22. If we are always filled with the Spirit and the Spirit causes us to rejoice, then it follows that we will rejoice always. We can rejoice always because of God's salvation. No one and nothing can take our salvation away, Romans 8:37 through 39. Those who believe in Christ are God's children, and nothing can change that. We can rejoice always, even in persecution, because we believe God's promises. The apostles were arrested and flogged for preaching the name of Christ. But when they left the courtroom, they were rejoicing because they had been counted worthy of suffering disgrace for the name. Acts 5:41. Obviously, the apostles remembered Jesus' statement in Matthew 5:11-12. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. The eternal perspective helps us rejoice always. Man, it is so crazy to think about that, because I haven't really... Now, there's been a little bit of... I wouldn't even say I've even ever really gotten too persecuted. I mean, there have been some, like, trolls and stuff that have, you know, said some stuff or tried to, like, maybe try and provoke me with their comments. But I'm going to be honest, I've never really, like, been out in person and someone straight up spit in my face or something like that. I've always not wanted to provoke somebody to even want to do that in the first place. But it's so, I feel like a big test of maybe where you are at in, I guess, I mean, I wouldn't even say the faith or something, but I feel like if you were getting persecuted, right, could you even still love the people that are persecuting you? I feel like that is one of the gnarliest things, because I feel like it is intrinsically in the primal sense of human nature. We want to retaliate. We want to, you know, maybe even like say a backhanded comment to them, or we want to like not love our enemies, or we want to not show them love, right? And that is the crazy thing, because even, you know, the last stream when I said I like to find crosses, right? Well, another thing about why I like the symbol of the cross as well, because what did Jesus say while he was on the cross? He said this crazy thing. He said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." Now, how crazy would it be if we could remember that, right? Like, imagine if people were trying to kill you, and you're just like still trying to love on, and you're just totally confused. You're like, bro, you're still trying to kill me, or just even attack me, and I'm like not even trying to hurt you. Like, you would just be like, bro, what do you do? And at that point, you just be like, bro, forgive them, Father. They don't even know what they're doing in the first place, right? What if it's just like this unruly pack of just little, like, just unruly people that don't even know, maybe they don't understand the concepts of, like, loving other people, or, you know, stuff like that, and maybe they just want to provoke others. And it's so strange to think about that, because it does remind me of, there was this believer, and he started talking about how loving our enemies is one of the most, for actually it's not even for like theologians, Bible scholars. Loving our enemies is such a thought-provoking thing for even people that don't even believe in Christianity. I mean, you tell people that, and it's such a profound statement. To love even our enemies. It's so crazy, right? But there was this believer, he started talking about the primal intrinsic nature of humans, right? And how we like to form tribes. It's called tribalism, right? And basically, if left to our own devices, right? Left to our own devices, humans will intrinsically form packs of people, right? Because there's this sociological aspect of protection that other humans provide, because we don't have eyes on the back of our head. So if you team up with somebody, you might not think about it in your own mind, but when you team up with other people, there's this sense of, they have my back, I have your back, okay, boom, we can like do some more, we can do more and stuff like that. But what starts happening in the tribalistic aspect is, once a tribe gets so big, they start, and then other people start forming tribes, it causes this us versus them mentality. Oh, we're better than them. We should, and it gets so to the point where if we put resources involved, imagine if there's 2 tribes, imagine if there's like 10 tribes or something, and then resources are involved, and there's only a plentiful amount of resources. Well, what's going to happen? Well, which tribe is going to get the resources? Well, we're going to kill that tribe because they ain't going to help us, so we're going to take them all out and stuff like this. Or what happens if one tribe hurts another tribe? They're going to start fighting the other one, right? But what's weird about what this guy was saying is that when Jesus said to even love our enemies, he's basically telling us, now take this with a grain of salt. I don't know exactly if this is what this one believer is saying. I thought it was very thought-provoking, because I've actually remembered it. But he said that it's almost like Jesus wanted us to step outside of the boundaries of our primal nature, which in some cases the primal nature actually makes humans still do what they do nowadays, which is actually very strange, because I feel like when Jesus said that like thousands of years ago, it was thought-provoking then, and it's still thought-provoking now, right? And it's so crazy, and it also kind of just goes into, I guess, making disciples of all nations, because how would we be able to make disciples of all nations, if we couldn't... Imagine if there was just one entire enemy group, right? It's like, how are you going to make a disciple out of them if we're called to make disciples of all nations, right? It's like loving our enemies can go so far past the boundaries of even hating our enemies, wanting to kill them, and it goes into loving them. And that is one way. Maybe they're hating, maybe they're killing because they don't know love, right? It's such a thought-provoking, and this is only a fraction of what pastors and other believers think about that, because it's still such a thought-provoking thing. But also, it does bring up a kind of a controversial aspect that I actually am still confused on, is, are there any times when we shouldn't love our enemies, right? Like, are there times when we should, it sounds crazy, but are there times when loving our enemies could even be killing them, right? I don't know. I feel like just me even making that statement, I feel like a lot of believers would definitely disagree with that. But the other thing is that we live, just like I brought up right in the beginning of the stream, we live in this technologically advanced society where many times we don't have the time anymore to go like, hey man, you're going to go over there, we're going to shake that dude's hand, we're going to try and love on that person. But what happens if they have guns now? And now we even try and love on them, they're going to just keep shooting at us. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, what in the world? What are you going to do then? Like, I don't know, right? I would be very interesting to get more, insights from pastors and stuff like that. And because also we have weaponry now where we could literally press a couple buttons and kill thousands of people. It's like, how do we think about loving our enemies on that aspect, right? And so it's a very strange thing, right? But I would like to think that maybe, I don't know. I really don't know what to think about that. I guess that's something for people that have really thought more deeper into that, but I do know there have been... I do know just the loving our enemies thing. What verse is that, actually? Let's look at those. I'll type those verses in right now. I feel like most people have heard them, but we're just going to look at it again. Love your enemies, Bible verses. And and the other reason why these verses have really made me think more so is because of the critiques I've gotten from people, right? Because I used to, draw a lot more characters that were like... And I still do. I still draw like the knights and stuff, and I like drawing the knights, but also this is why I had the heart on the sword, is because I had people, I'm promoting violence. We need to not be promoting violence and stuff like this. We need to be loving others and stuff like that. And I go, okay, well, I didn't really think about that because I haven't really put too much thought, because when I was younger, I was just like, I'm just going to draw a knight killing a demon. Nowadays, I think I actually know how to get away with it now, because I go, we're going to promote the Archangel Michael, because it is said that the Archangel Michael is going to battle the devil. But also, so let's see. It's Matthew 5:43 through 48. And let's just read it on here. I guess I could type it in here, but it's very strange verses. Matthew 5, which one? 43 through 48. 43 through 48. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, so that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven. For he makes the sun rise on the evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and the unjust. For if you love those who love you, what reward do you have? Do not even the tax collectors do the same? And if you greet only your brothers, what... I didn't put the entire verse. Interesting. No worries. But yeah, it's these verses right here, and it's such a crazy one, right? And I actually think there's another instance where he says that, right? It says, I think there's another one. You have heard it was said, a tooth for a tooth, right? Let's see here. What verse is that? Is it in the same one? Wow, I thought it was the same. I guess it's not. I thought it was. Oh, that's strange. Let's see here. Matthew 5:40. Did I type that in there? Okay, so it's actually interesting. This is brought up 2 times. It's so crazy. It's almost like Jesus literally had to say this 2 times, and and that is insane. It's Matthew 5:38 through 48. Let's see here. Matthew 5:38 through 48. An eye for an eye. You have heard that it was said, eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. And if anyone wants to sue you and take your shirt, hand over your coat as well. For anyone forces you to go a mile, go with them too. I thought that was it. There has to be another one. I guess that does go into loving your enemies. It's such a strange verse, man. And I'm really just wondering what, like, pastors think on, like, you know, just are there times when we should not love our enemies? Like, I feel like that is the, let me just type that in right now, because now I'm curious. Like, are there times when we shouldn't love our enemies, Christian? Question mark. Interesting. Okay, well, now they're bringing up some crazy stuff. They're talking about self-defense. I mean, I guess ultimately, yeah, it's like, what do you think about that, right? Like, because if we think about self-defense, I mean, man, that's such a strange one, right? Like, could we even think about self-defense in an aspect of we would have to kill thousands and thousands of people in order to save some people? It'd be almost like the trolley instance. I don't know, right? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I would think that I wouldn't want to be by that area. Let's see. What is this going to say? I've never clicked on this. It says, love your enemies unless... What is this going to say? This is a very controversial question, though, by the way. I know it's... I shouldn't have even looked it up, but... you know, I wish there was just a verse, right? I wish there was just a verse saying we shouldn't love our enemies unless they start... You know, but there's not like a verse like that. It just says, you know, I don't think there's a verse like that when I think deeper into it. Holy moly, is a long commentary. Let's see here. I'm wondering, like, what would we have to do? Like, right? What is this going to say? How did Jesus suffer? How did Jesus respond to those who attacked him and ultimately killed him? When Peter pulled a weapon to try to protect the most innocent life in history, what did Jesus do and say? How did Jesus rescue me when I was powerless, helpless, and enslaved to the enemy? He certainly did not lash out at human aggressors. Rather, he sacrificed himself and trusted the Father to sort it out justly. And the brave, non-violent, enemy-forgiving, enemy-loving, self-giving path of Jesus isn't solely for me to admire, that I appreciate. It is also an example for my life that I should follow in his steps and actually live the same way. Now, this is what these people say, right? Right? It's like, that's what... I feel like if I were to ask this to maybe some other believers, they'd be like, oh, well, I own a gun, I'm going to shoot that person in the head, right? And it's like, I don't know, right? Because we live in the time where we can kill people in the matter of seconds right now, right? So it's just like, I don't know, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's a very strange question to ask, right? Man. I'm wondering what other people are saying on this, right? This person's saying, I find it hard to love my enemies. Hate shouldn't be a part of anything you feel. It's easy to love those who love us, but a different matter trying to love someone who hates us. But this is how God loves. Jesus loved the men who put him to death. Not liking someone's actions doesn't bring hate on them. In fact, we should pray for them. Right? And that's like, I guess, the top comment on this one, though. But, right? It's just weird. It's like, I feel like a lot of people don't want to talk about, like, the controversial aspect of, like, I don't know. I'm not even going to look into this anymore. This is something that's way too vast for my own... I guess we should just try and love our enemies, even in the midst of, I don't know, right? It's even thought-provoking for me. I mean, it's crazy. Like, there's a lot of stuff that people say, right? But that's for another Bible study, though, okay? I'd like to think we should just keep loving our enemies. It's actually so thought-provoking. I'm just like, man, that's so brutal. Like, how... I don't know. Let's keep going. Let's keep going with enthusiasm. I feel like, I mean, there's a lot of verses on peace as well. So, I mean, ultimately, I mean, what does Jesus say? Blessed are the peacemakers. So, I mean, ultimately, I think we should try and be promoting peace in some regard, right? But, I don't know. I'm confused, everybody. That is a very... I'm wondering what other pastors would think about that. I would. How crazy if we could ask, like, all these crazy pastors, are there times when we shouldn't love our enemies? Just that simple question right there, right? It'd be interesting to see what they would say, right? I think in a life or death situation, I think ultimately my primal state, what I would want to do in the primal state. So imagine if I was like in a fight and like the enemy was like shooting at us and he just shot my friend in the head right next to me. I'm going to be honest. And in my primal intrinsic nature, I would probably try and kill the enemy at that point. But the thing is like, I don't know what would God want us to do in that situation? I have no idea, right? I mean, maybe it would be to not even be put in a situation like that in the first place, right? I don't know. That's a very hard question for me to answer. I'm sorry if I confused anybody. That was actually very, very confusing to me. Let's just keep thinking about rejoicing. Let us rejoice in the Lord always, right? Let's go back to the commentary. Where were we at? I don't know how we went into this and into loving our enemies, but we did. Okay, wait, that's why. Because we're supposed to rejoice even in persecution. Man, that is such a gnarly one. Matthew 5:11-12. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. The eternal perspective helps us to rejoice always. Man, it's so crazy to think about that. We're called to rejoice even when people hate us. That is brutal. That's really gnarly, right? This is a very gnarly Bible study. I thought this one was going to be easy. We can rejoice always, knowing that the joy of the Lord is our strength. Nehemiah 8:10. We can rejoice always, knowing that in all things God works for those who love him. Romans 8:28. We can rejoice always, knowing that God's gifts and his call are irrevocable. I guess we can think about Romans 8:28 too. We can rejoice always, knowing that one day we will inhabit the new Jerusalem, we will see the Lord face to face, and we will live in the perpetual day. Revelations 22:1-5. Our rejoicing should be in what the Lord has done, continues to do, and will do in the future, regardless of our circumstances or feelings. Our hope is in the Lord, for he is our rock and our salvation. Romans 62:6. This alone is the reason to rejoice always. Now I'm going to type in something, because I'm just kind of still stuck on the loving our enemies thing. I'm just going to type in, how can we love our enemies? How can we love our enemies? Since a lot of people think the other question is very controversial, it seems. How can we love our enemies? Where's the Bible? Okay, here we go. What does it mean that... Well, man, this is going to be gnarly. This is a long commentary. I guess not that. It's crazy. That's actually not really not that long. Let's keep going. What is this going to say? Just because I think this goes... I guess this does kind of tie in because we're called to rejoice even when we're getting persecuted, right? And I feel like that is such a gnarly one. It's like, man, even if you were provoked, can you still rejoice, right? What did Jesus mean when he instructed us to love our enemies, right? I just need to I need to re-up on this because I'm very confused now. When Jesus said we are to love our enemies, he was creating a new standard for relationships. He proclaimed to the crowds listening to his Sermon on the Mount that they knew they were to love their neighbors because the command to love our neighbor was the law of God in Leviticus 19:18. I mean, it is kind of crazy, right? Even if, I mean, it's so crazy to me thinking about loving our enemies because, I mean, imagine we saw two groups of people. Imagine you just saw two groups of people and they're just butting heads, just fighting each other, right? Well, it would be weird, I guess, in some level to say that there were some believers on one side and the other, and, imagine that. That would be kind of strange, right? Like, but how would we, well, I guess the deeper essence of it would, how would we be trying to promote peace in a situation where people are butting heads, right? That is a very hard thing to do, now I think about it. Like, how would, I'm curious what other people would say on that. How do we get people to not fight each other? Is, I guess, the it seems so simple, right? How do you get people to stop fighting each other, right? I guess. Let's see here. That they knew that to love their neighbor. Okay, let's see. Okay, Leviticus 19:18. That we must therefore hate our enemy was an inference incorrectly drawn from the Jews. While no Bible verse exactly says hate your enemy, the Pharisees may have somewhat misapplied some of the Old Testament passages about hatred for God's enemies. But Jesus replaced this idea with an even higher standard. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, so that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven. Okay, so I guess there's another aspect is we need to pray, right? Jesus goes on to explain that loving those who love us is easy, and even unbelievers can do that. Then he commands us to be perfect, therefore your heavenly Father is perfect. Jesus explained to his followers that they should adhere to the real meaning of God's law by loving their enemies as well as their neighbors. A Pharisee once asked Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" Luke 10:29. Jesus then told the parable of the Good Samaritan. Here Jesus taught his followers must demonstrate love to all kinds of people, no matter what faith, nationality, or personality. Enemies, when I read that right there, it's like such a, I don't know, it's like I'm wondering, like, does every pastor agree with that? Right? Then Jesus told the parable of the Good Samaritan. Here Jesus taught his followers that must demonstrate love to all kinds of people, no matter what faith, nationality, or personality, enemies included. That is so gnarly to do, man. It's like, I feel like it's so thought-provoking that, like, you could even go upon it this way. I mean, imagine we think about every single, basically, video game right now, right? It's like, how crazy would it be if every single video game had the option, love your enemy or you gotta just kill or something like that? It sounds ridiculous, right? And it's just like, man, it just trips me out. I'm just like, wow, like that's, I don't know, man. That's really gnarly to do. I feel like it's very easy for me to read this stuff, but it is very thought-provoking. And, man, this Bible study got very challenging. It shouldn't even actually be that challenging. I feel like it's very bluntly spoken, right? But, it's weird, right? Because sometimes I feel like it's actually kind of even strange, even how that one believer, he was mentioning tribalism, right? But it would be interesting to think about tribalism and thinking about tribalism, but even on the internet, right? Especially on the internet, because on the internet there's this anonymity, I guess I might have said that wrong, where we can be behind an alias, right? And when we're behind aliases, I guess, maybe there's this aspect of we can really say what we mean, and maybe sometimes there is a little bit of tribalism, and maybe there is that aspect of not loving our neighbor as ourselves and not truly loving our enemies or loving anybody whatsoever in some degree, right? Man, that is such a gnarly one, dude. If you love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you, then you truly reveal that Jesus is the Lord of your... Holy Toledo, man. Look at that last sentence right there. That's what got me thinking about it, because we're supposed to even pray for those who persecute us. By using an illustration of the sun rising and the rain falling on both the good and the evil, Jesus shows undiscriminating love to all people. His disciples then must reflect his character and exhibit the same undiscriminating love for both friends and enemies. Jesus is teaching us that we must live a higher standard than what the world expects, a standard that is impossible for us to attain by our own efforts. It's only through the power of God's Spirit that his people can truly love and pray for those who intended to do them harm. Romans 12:14-21. That is such a crazy thing to read right there. Because, it is crazy, right? How crazy would it be if we were to say something? How crazy would this be to say to people? how are we going to promote world peace, right? How could we bring peace to not just every single nation, every single tribe of people? How do we bring world peace everywhere? It's like, man, that is a doozy of a question, right? Especially because all of this stuff at the moment, oh my goodness, like, okay, let's keep going, man. Finally, after giving us the admonition to love our enemies, Jesus then gives us this command. Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Matthew 5:48. As sons of your Father, Matthew 5:45. We are to be perfect even as he is perfect. This is utterly impossible for a sinful man to achieve. This unattainable standard is exactly what the law itself demanded in James 2:10. So how can Jesus demand the impossible? He literally tells us with man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. Wow. That which God demands only he can accomplish, including the demand to love our enemies. What is impossible for man becomes possible for those who give their lives to Jesus Christ through the power of the Holy Spirit who lives in our hearts. Now, I also, man, they didn't bring up, see, it's like these commentaries, right? They don't bring up like these doozy questions of like, well, are there times when we shouldn't love our enemies, right? It's like, that's, you know, I'd like to think that I don't know, right? It's a very gnarly question to think. I guess maybe we want to be in a position like that or something. Interesting. And the other thing I want to say is I feel like this is in the real life aspect. I know I did bring up like the video game thing, but I think it would be interesting. Imagine how crazy that would be if every video game just had the option to not kill your enemies and we would love her. And I'm not saying that. I don't even think it's a sin because now here's the other thing. Here's this weird camp of, there's like a split in many believers. I feel like it's just the older believers, honestly. Some of the older believers think that, video games are like evil and, there's all this. But then like the newer believers that I meet, they feel like it's okay. Like, you can kill and murder and do whatever in a video game. And it is kind of interesting because I guess since it's not in a real life instance, I guess it's weird because it's strange to think if are certain sins not in reality if it is in a virtual reality, because if it's and it's weird, I don't know, that's a whole nother question for me to even, I don't even want to get into that, right? But it's like but it is interesting because it is interesting because then it goes into the drawings that I did and then having believers critique me saying I'm promoting violence, and I just go, well, I'm just trying to give God glory, but then they're going, oh, well, I'm doing it wrong. And then I go, well, I don't know. It's like I feel like if I'm in that situation, I wish it would be nice for if they could show me how to do it, right? How am I supposed to give God glory in everything, even if some things are, I guess, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. It's so confusing. This is like, a lot of this stuff is like, it kind of feels like it's in the eye of the storm. It kind of feels like it's like this. It's like, and I feel like sometimes I'm just caught within a lot of this stuff that, and it's weird, right? It's like, I don't know how, and it's like, I'm in this point where I want to make like all believers happy, right? Because I don't want to cause any sort of divisions. I don't want to cause any sort of like stumbling. So it's like, okay, so how do I make not only believers happy, but how do I make unbelievers, how do I even win the souls of them? It's such a strange scenario to think about. It's like you're in this, like, I don't know. It's a very interesting one though. Man, dude, this Bible study was brutal today. Like, I'm so like, the whole loving our enemies thing is a very interesting one. And I know it's very, very important, but it's a very interesting one to think. Let's read one more little thing a little bit just because I'm curious. Is it possible to love your enemy? Let's see here. Real world ways to love your enemies. What is this going to say? This is on Christianity.com. What is this going to bring up? I mean, ultimately, I feel like that is a very interesting one. I think there is definitely virtual reality and then real life scenario. I think that's totally two different things. Man, it is. I mean, it's so crazy to think how, if you were put in a situation with two warring parties, right? What would you do? Right? How would you make both sides happy if you were in that situation? I mean, I would be like, like, how would you promote peace if two people are fighting each other? Man, I would honestly just tell them to ride a bike. Like, bro, like, bro, you guys need to just ride your bike, bro. Let's freaking build skate parks. Let's just, you know, end the fighting. Come on, you know, let's ride the bike. I don't know. That's what I would. I mean, I don't know how. What is this going to say? I'm not sure if it's exactly what Jesus had in mind when he talked about praying for enemies and blessing those who persecute us in Matthew 5:43-45. He said it this way. Okay, I just read that verse like 5 times already. Do we go the cynical way, praying for those who persecute us by turning to imprecatory prayers? We can simply say that we love our enemies, bless their hearts, and then move on. Or is Jesus calling us to something different here? What are real-world ways that we can love our enemies? So number 1, they say, pray for them. This might not seem like a real-world way to love your enemy, but this is the first step to truly loving those we might deem an enemy. Jesus explicitly tells us to pray for those who persecute us. When he says this, he doesn't mean to pray for their destruction or find your favorite imprecatory prayer to recite. Instead, we see Jesus modeling this for us when he prays that God would forgive them who are crucifying him. I mean, I guess that goes back to the cross. It goes back to forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. I mean, in some ways, we could just think of them as tribalistic, primal. It's like, you know, you have to think about that. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Maybe they don't even know, like, you know, maybe they're just caught up in the tribalism of humanity, right? It's like they're caught in the primalistic nature, right? Maybe the fight or flight mindset, right? It is hard to pray for someone and loathe for them at the same time. It's difficult to harbor ill feelings and wish ill will against someone as you are taking them before the throne room of God. Yes, this might have hurt you. Okay, what else is going to say? Be genuinely respectful and represent them accurately. Okay, weird. What else is going to say? Look for common ground. Interesting. Could we find common ground even if it was... That's a strange one that Christianity.com brings up. That is a very strange thing. Holy... Dude, this site right here, Christianity.com. Look for common ground. These are ways to love your enemies in reality. That is a very strange thing to think about, right? Do they desire happiness? Do they want to see their family happy and secure? Do they want to make friends and have good relationships, live in peace, and have hope for a brighter future? Probably. At the end of the day, your enemy on the other side has the same basic desires that you have. The difference is that you have opposing strategies for acquiring those. Very strange. Wow. Keep from bitterness. Okay. Keep from bitterness. Issues. Alrighty. Well, I think there's some... proclaim the gospel to them. The best way to love someone is to share Christ with them. But doing this also impacts our own hearts towards our enemy. When we think of them through the grid of creation, fall, redemption, glory of God, man, Christ's response, it changes the way we view them. Yeah, that does, and it actually does change. It just like totally, man, it's such a trip to think about that, man. Very, very intriguing. I wonder what other people think about this one. And by the way, take everything I said with a grain of salt in this Bible study. Today's Bible, oh my goodness, I didn't think today's Bible study was going to be this challenging. Like, we somehow went into rejoicing, which actually, I don't even know how I went from, we somehow went from enthusiasm, we went to rejoicing, and then we went to somehow loving our enemies. I mean, I guess that is part, maybe thinking about the fruit of the Spirit. Galatians 5:22 through 23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Joy. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. I guess just being joyous then, right? I think that's actually a big one. Now, if there's any, I know this Bible study is very, very confusing. It's confusing for me now, but I'm really trying to think, okay, what did I learn from this Bible study, right? I think what I would learn from this Bible study, my takeaway, is even if people are trying to provoke you, right? To provoke you to retaliate, to provoke you into anger, to provoke you in any single way, actually, any single way. Any sort of provoking of any negative emotion, right? Can we still be rejoicing in the Lord? Can we still bear the fruits of the Spirit? Can we still be under self-control, which actually is part of the fruits of the Spirit? Can we be in self-control to not be provoked, to not want to put that snarky comment out, to not want to retaliate and cause even more devastation, to cause even more destruction? But can we actually even have the self-control and to bear the fruit of the Spirit so much that even if it was an enemy that came up to us, that we could even have some fruit to even bear to them, right? Instead of throwing it at their face or something like that, right? And it's so crazy. And I feel like, man, it's easy for me to say this at the moment, but to put that actually into practice, and not only just in my life, but just to even observe people that are in two warring parties, it's ridiculous. It's straight up just redonkulous thinking about that, because it's like, now it makes me wonder, ultimately, if there was two warring parties, what would you do? What could we do as a people group to somehow promote peace from them to not start fighting each other? Right? Because sometimes I feel like these issues are way bigger and way more vaster than a single person, maybe us as a people, could maybe even do. And so, yeah, I don't know, man. It's brutal. I mean, ultimately, I think finding common ground, I think what most people want to have fun. Most people want to feel good. Most people want to make friends and be happy. So can we somehow, I don't know, what I would say is ride a bike or something. Just get a skateboard, ride a bike, go to the skate park, build more skateboards, because I just feel like maybe because of the technological advancements, maybe we're a little bit more prone to being a little bit more sedentary as a society. If we're more sedentary, maybe we have too much energy built up, and maybe this energy is giving people too much anxiety, and that anxiety is bleeding out into worry, and sometimes maybe this worry is making people angry unintentionally, and maybe people just need to, I don't know, get some energy out. That's I don't know what other people would say. I feel like that's what I would say. Just get a bike, go and get a bike, maybe observe humanity, maybe observe the homeless people, see that you could be in that same situation, observe humanity, maybe get the lay of the land before we kind of start just wanting to fight other people, right? In the real life setting, I'm not talking in the real life setting, right? I feel like that's what I would maybe think, to try and promote peace, or to be a peacemaker in reality. Yeah. I guess also just having empathy, understanding, listening, right? Well, that was a really brutal Bible study. Well, I guess we're gonna do a card draw. That was a very hard Bible study, y'all. Normally the Mondays are just kind of like, these things are kind of easy, but every time I go into the loving our enemies, it's so hard. It's so hard, because I think, how do we even get everybody to not fight each other? I don't know, man. I feel like it's too big of a question for me. It's just like, It's just too vast for one person to answer. There's too many variables. You're dragging today, man, huh? Yeah, me too, bro. Oh my goodness. How do we promote peace, brother? Okay, Priceless, what would you do? Okay, imagine there's two parties fighting each other, right? You're not a part of either side, right? What would you do to get both of the parties to not fight each other? I feel like that is such a hard question because it's like, you know, I feel food. Oh, wow, that's such a big one, actually. Man, I didn't even think about that. Resources. Yeah. I mean, dude, honestly, man. I mean, I don't want to say this, but I am going to say this. Imagine if everybody got so spoiled to the point where they totally forgot that people need food for sustenance, they need water. And what if we just kind of just stopped their resources a little bit? Just kind of starved them out a little bit, both sides. We just starved both sides out a little bit. And they go, man, we need food. They're fighting each other, and then they turn to one another and they go, we're hungry, man. We need food. Why are we fighting each other? Is this going to give us food? It's like, man, you bring up such an interesting one, Priceless. Please take everything I said with a grain of salt, though. But I actually think that actually might be, one way to get people to stop fighting. Look to see where their resources are allocated. But that's in more of like I still think about that as like kind of like a, what are those RPG games called? Real-time strategies and RTS. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that the RTS games are not popular anymore. I feel like when I was growing up, like people were about like RTS games, right? Because it's kind of funny because I used to play this one game called Age of Empires. I actually listened to the soundtrack of Age of Empires. And it's so weird because I just did this Bible study on loving our enemies and stuff. So it's almost like, am I a hypocrite for playing that game? I don't know, right? I don't play it anymore. But the thing is Age of Empires is very interesting because they like go into actual like historical. I mean, I have the thing right here. Like, check this out. Where is it? I used to play this game, right? Dude, I still have... This is my dad's right here, bro. I used to play this game right here. Like, a lot. Like, a lot. Like, like this game is crazy, right? And it's so crazy because, like, it goes into, like, the Stone Age, the Tool Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, right? And it goes into all this stuff. Look at this thing. This thing's crazy, bro. What in the world? Yeah, dude, look, it has, like, civilization attributes. Look at this, dude. Civilization attributes. They got all sorts of crazy stuff up in here. But it's kind of funny because there is this unit, right? There's this unit in this exact game. And I think it's called, like, the priest or something like this, right? But it's so funny because this priest, he has, like, this little shepherd staff, and he's going around. He goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And you know what he does? He actually converts the enemy unit into you can convert enemies, right? And it's so funny because I'm like, man, that was such a strange unit, right? Let's actually bring him up. I don't know. Did you ever used to play Age of Empires? Oh my god, it's a very old game. I used to play this one, but I also when I was like a little kid, bro. I was like a tiny little kid. I was playing this game. Probably not a game I should have been playing when I was a little kid, honestly. But, what is that unit? Age of Empires, Wololo. Wololo. This guy right here. Or this is the Age of Empires too. See? It converted that guy. Oh, it's so funny. The Wololo army. That's hilarious. Just converting people. Darwin. Human dogs. Man, that is a giant troop of converters right there. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy game. Me and my friend used to play it a lot. Probably find it on Steam. They have one. I feel like Age of Empires 1 had like, I don't know, that's the one I kind of played a lot, but I also played Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2. This one. But I don't know. RTS games, they kind of like went out of the thing. I don't know why. I don't know why RTS games like came out of fashion. Because I used to play, you know, Age of Empires 2, Warcraft 3, you know. Yeah, I played a lot of Warcraft 3, you know, like. But it seems like a lot of people don't play those games anymore, so I don't know. They're kind of, I don't know what happened. I think they're just too slow for people. It might be something with the people's mentalities. Is maybe it's just too slow. Because I do know, like, when you play the RTS games, it's like you have to build up your little economy. You got to build up the troops and stuff like that. And just people probably just think it's boring. You know, it's like they're just like, we need fast-paced action up in here. I don't want to be waiting 30 seconds to build one unit anymore, right? But yeah, that is the weird thing about Age of Empires is they have the priest class, and they basically just go around and just convert people. It's kind of funny. That's funny. Man, this Bible study was brutal. Everybody's probably going to think I'm crazy, but oh well. Everybody should do a Bible study on loving your enemies. This is freaking hard, man. It's like, it's not easy. It's like, maybe it is easy. It's just, there's just so many variables to it, man. There's so many variables. It's so hard, I feel like. I know it's hard too because it's a very thought-provoking thing. Because if you even type in "loving your enemies" on YouTube, like there's so many crazy people that have said like crazy like college people, like, you know, professors and all sorts of crazy philosophers and stuff. But ultimately, I mean, maybe that's what Jesus wanted. I mean, maybe he wants it. I mean, ultimately, maybe we're supposed to love our enemies to convert people, you know, maybe to, you know, like, he first loved us, and, you know, we just got to think of him and forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Ultimately, if we could just convert everybody, maybe there'll be world peace. You know, maybe it's as simple as that, right? Maybe we make it so much more complex than it is, but, you know. Let's actually go, I'm going to go with my other set. We've been doing this set a lot. Let's go with the green set, everybody. Uta, uta, uta. Well, man, I feel like in all instances, if I just did the Bible study today, man, I probably would have restarted the Bible study. But that's why these streams are so weird, because I'm just going to not delete it. You guys just get to see the cringe. Just like the drawing I did last time. Just bear with me, everybody. I can't edit this stuff out. So some of these things, they actually are very flowy, and I just can combo everything out, and I just love those streams. Are just amazing. I love those streams, but not every day can be like that. It's actually gotten in the realm of right now I'm starting to do these Bible studies, and they're actually like very like, wow. They're actually very they're challenging for me. I'm like, holy Toledo, like this is making me think about like 100 other things. It's like, do 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 do. Let's see what we're gonna draw today, everybody. This is why I like doing the card draw, because it kind of just slows my mind down a little bit. I just sometimes you just get too word heavy, and it's like, man, it's like you kind of can stay in that level. But I feel like when I do the card draw, I'm like, okay, let's just go back into just Some simple inspiration stuff, man. We're just looking at some cool things, man. Like, that's what we're going to do. First card of the day. Oh, interesting. Look at this. We got the Bible card. First card of the day. I did not pre-plan this out. Knight Errant. Before honor is humility. Proverbs 15:33. You know, and I feel like that, it's kind of funny because it's the Knight Errant, right? I feel like that is, in some way within the Paladin class, it is a very crazy thing. I mean, imagine if you were the person to try and get two people to stop fighting, right? Like, what would you do? It's like, well, ultimately, I would like to think that if two people are fighting each other, I'd like to think that, well, maybe both sides are being too prideful. They don't want to forgive the other one. They don't want to, you know, that's so weird. It's so weird that we drew this card. Before honor is humility. I needed to read that one today. Number 2, forest. This one reminds, actually, it's kind of funny. This one reminds me of Matthew 5:14-16, like a city set on a hill. If only there was like a city right there. And I guess, man, ultimately, right, I feel like that's another thing about shining our light. Because it's not like you have to go out and, you know, I feel like that is maybe another reason why Jesus says to shine our light in Matthew 5:14-16. Because it's like, it's not like even you're going to go up to every single person on the face of the planet and be like, and proclaim the gospel to them, right? But I feel like maybe even just your aura, just your how you go about doing things, you can have an aura of encouraging people, right? Even encouraging your enemies or something like that, right? That is a trip to think about right there. Number 3, got an island. Now, see, it would be cool, now I'm thinking about it, like, it would be cool, like, imagine if there's two, I keep thinking about the two warring parties thing, right? Like, it would be cool, like, imagine if you were just a billionaire, right? And you're just like, all right, everybody, let's take a vacation to the beach. Let's go to Hawaii or something like that, right? Would people still be angry, or would they, you know, I feel like, I don't know, right? But 2, 3. Wow, Shepherd of the Lost. Interesting. Dude, I've been drawing this card so much. Shepherd of the Lost. Huh. Wow, Blessed Respite. Bro, oh my god. Dude, sometimes I do these card draws, bro, and it just straight up just trips me out, bro. Look at this thing. This reminds me of the Bible study right now. Like, if there was an image for the Bible study today, it would be this thing right here. Just like me, like, maybe not just, that's actually not just me. This is actually a lot of believers throughout thousands of years. Just the challenging questions. Do I kill my enemy? Do I love them? What am I supposed to do? I mean, it's really not, it's like, what do you do in that situation? Am I supposed to retaliate? Am I supposed to help this person out? You know, dude, that just makes me think about that right there. And ultimately, it's just like the Bible study. It's so funny. At the end, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to bear the fruit of the Spirit. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, right? Man, dude, this card draw just tripped me out right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, glory. That thing looks crazy, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, intriguing. Interesting. Intriguing. Alright, we're going to do a card draw. And holy moly, this is taking a long time. Oh well, everybody. We're just having an audience of one, I guess. I think Stephen Curry said that. Dude, it's so funny, bro. Dude, there's so many things. Like, I know I just probably seem crazy, but dude, look at this thing, right? I don't know if anybody's even watching. Because I just said Stephen Curry, but there's this hilarious image of Stephen Curry Let me see if I can find it. He's on a beach. Here it is. Here it is. It's so funny. I'm going to save this image. Oh, is it not? Fudge. Is it not the high resolution one? Why can't I see it? What the heck? Okay, it is the high resolution. Stephen Curry has this really weird image on the internet, man. Where is it? Let me find it. It's on this thing right here. I gotta find it. It's an entire article that he has, I think. Bro, this thing is so long. What in the world? Where's the picture? Darn. I gotta find it. For some reason, I just can't click on it for some reason. Here it is. What the heck is not loading? Oh, here it is. Okay. This is straight hilarious, bro. It's on this article. But look at the bike that he's riding. He's on. It's just straight hilarious, man. Just like, what in the world? That dude right there. I mean, I don't know if he probably didn't pick that bike or something, but I just find it really hilarious because I'm just like, what in the world? Like, because then if you go to this dude's Instagram, he's like a gnarly believer. He puts in Philippians 4:13. But I remember he has this thing, and it says, he said something about like an audience of one or something like that. So, what was I doing? Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I was doing a little story thing. Okay, let's see here. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork, as well as to help support these artists. And also, it's kind of cool just being able to do something with the artwork. So today we drew Knight Errant, Forest, Island, Shepherd of the Lost, Blessed Respites, Glory, Island. And what will the last card be? The last card is Entish Restoration. Intriguing. And also, what's weird about today, this is the very first card we drew. It's the Knight Errant card. Strangely enough, they put a Bible verse. Before honor is humility. Proverbs 15:33. Well, I hope you guys have a good one. Try your best and have fun. Holy Tabito. Man, people are just thinking I'm crazy. Oh well. Oh well, everybody. Entish Restoration. The Ents. The Ents. This one reminds me of Psalms 1, Matthew 13:32. Also, some have said it's the first parable of the Bible it's the parable of the talking trees. Entish Restoration. There we go, everybody. Here is the card draw of the day. Intriguing. Interesting. All right, well, now let's ride our bike. I don't know if you're still in here. Bro, you inspired me. I don't know if you're still in here, President, but you inspired me, dude, to up the ante with the coffee that I'm drinking. So now I am drinking protein coffee too, because hopefully it gives me more energy. Because I feel like I'm not eating enough, and I feel like I just need to get more food in me. Maybe if I get more food in me, I can have more energy and ride better. Okie dokie. Oh, let's shred the tubes, dudes. Let's hit the tubes up, dude. Concrete's pretty glassy out here today, boys. Okay, let's do this. Okay, why is this mess up? This is why that thing's in the way. It's still not. Oh wait, there's all this cables. That's why. The cables are messing us all up. There we go. Hootagaba. Put some music on. And my nose. Oh, man. Come on, why isn't this loading? Let's see here. Whoa. Playlist?
Use Hydro Boost water for 9 times more hydration or replenish dewy, glowing skin. Grab it at your nearest store today.
Sugar PSI, everybody. What is this? Ambient? Is this copyright free? It says to be copyright free, right? It's so slow. How about this? Is it copyright free? Ooh, this is copyright free. Come on. Why is it so slow? Is this like just ambient stuff? Oh, it is ambient stuff. I can't follow. Maybe that's the way you and I will always relate. And I can't keep up.
We're gonna ride the ledge because I need to be a little less. I'm gonna try and be less quiet, or more quiet. I mean, I guess I can just do it right there because I get a line. I love this song. This song copyright? Nope. This song's copyright free. Let's change it to BMX Streets. What in the world? There's only one viewer in BMX Streets. Where is everybody? Alright, we're gonna go to just.
Maybe that's the way you and I will always relate.
You always have the quickest with the quickest grips, and I can't keep up. It's clear that you have a real gift to gab, and I'm just jealous.
Maybe that's the way you and I will always relate. And I won't let how I sincerely feel.
Song's copyright free, everybody.
Again, my dear friend.
Power Sound Series, SO.
Should we do the fisheye?
Let's try this out. That's a little blurry. Really good. That might work, right? Maybe I zoom it in once. I guess that kind of works, right?
think I can get closer.
I think push it down too. Actually, what happens if I do it like that?
I don't think it's able. What is this? I don't know how that's on.
Madness.
And the fisheye is just too weird.
Maybe I should zoom it in more.
I feel like that's just normal, man.
Ooh.
I guess that's a little bit fisheye like that.
That's it.
Upwards, close, man.
Playlist. Go to Zeal.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then I can't overstate how much value lucid visual collaborations.
grinded it. Should I stream mark that? No, I don't know if we're gonna stream mark that one. I think I do better. I think a bolt not bad. Wind it a little bit. Up. Let us be the boys. I landed like one good one. Hell, I've never done a kickflip to like normal one over here. I feel like it's harder, right? We're doing it that way. might take that as a clip. It's really janky, but it is. What was I even doing? How was I going to try? I mean, there are some combos you can do, like, what, Smith cable, that, hit it back in the fakie. By the line. I don't know if I got it on the screen. people do exit grinds. I feel like the exit grind is hard to do with brakes. That's one thing of your brakeless. The exit grind is easier because you get to put your hands closer. I feel like the fisheye is not really working in here. I think it's too blurry, huh? Pull it back a little bit. Pretty good angle though. But see more information. Come on, yeah. I like the tongue would be easy, but I can't do it. Okay, pick a bar, tail tap, Smith, kickfoot, bible, tail tap, reversey, T, fakie, half calf, something. Right? It's not good for us to make it. Enjoy it. Oh, you're kidding me, bro. Jeez, I always mess it up. Always mess it up, guys. Maybe the hard. I didn't even land it last week. Pick up our tail tap, Smith, kickfoot, beagle, tail tap on top, fakie, something. Come on. I'm bad at varsity. Okay, Smith, beagle. What about we do Smith, beagle, go up, fakie, Smith, beagle, tail tap, something.
America, land of the free, put mac and cheese on everything. Wiener Schnitzel. America. Mariela, ¿ya podemos oficialmente empezar el verano?
Claro, y con un Toyota disfrutar desde la playa hasta las montañas. Así que ven a Toyota y comienza a disfrutar el verano al máximo.
Toyota, vayamos juntos.
Come on. Smith, beagle, that thing, fakie, Smith, beagle, tail tap. Bad at legends. We are bad at the legends, everybody. Sketches. it. You could do Feeblesmith, 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 Feeble. That actually would work. Catching. This thing right here. Alright, we gotta fix this, everybody. Maybe I should fix it tomorrow. We'll just fix it tomorrow. There's something catching right there.
We might not have a couch yet, but we got internet. Don't come on. Slow.
Oh. Oh, you kidding me, bro? That was it. That didn't work out. Yeah, this is not moving in. Yeah. That was the line. Yeah, dude. Oh my goodness. See, when I don't try the line, I land the line. So cool. see what you can do. Or I guess we'll just do one. We'll do one ledge line and then we'll do a flat line. Yeah. So now let's go to flatland mode, everybody. Which is just 2 feet over here. That was the ledge line of the day. I think that's what I'm going to try and do. One ledge line, one flatland line, and then maybe a one trials line. Or something like that. That was fun. Inspiration. Trying the one-hander now. I saw someone do that. Actually, I saw someone do a no-handed one. You can do no-handed. We're gonna work our way up to that one. How do you do a no-hander in that too? It's pretty cool. It's peaceful vibes, man.
From the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And invalidly, preventing.
Oh yeah, there's that one too. Forgot. You go like this. Oh! Ooh, that was cool. Bro, you could do a whole bunch of combos in that one. You could do like, oh dude, you could do a hang 5 into an Undertaker. Peace. Oh my god, I almost did it. What the?
good combo. Peace and love, everybody.
Quiet enough to be the library's favorite Oreo. Those innovative appliances made it easier to do all things home. That's why we got it.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. What the? Oh, people know that shit.
Sunshine. What's that sound like?
Hey, it's me, your skin.
Full of joy.
Take my moisture.
Let us bear the fruits of the Spirit. Yee! Yee! Come on. Bro, lost it. Not too possible. Full of joy.
Check out the fruit just away.
Joy, 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 joy.
Just right texture. Perfect matches.
You're gonna crush this family. That look amazing. I feel like I can do anything.
Joy, 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 joy.
Hip, hip, hip. 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 Hip, hip, hip.
Opa! Man, it's super windy outside. It's super windy. Happiness. Gotta save this song. Wait, why isn't it working? Wow, that's like super close. That doesn't work. Darn. This one. I seen someone do a crazy long no-handed slider. You might sit stream like that. Ah, no, I want sketches.
yeah, the front door no-hander. Opa. Look, that no-handed slider looks like. What does that look like? Alright, we're just going to do the no-handed slider. I wanted to see what it looks like across. I haven't done one in a long time. It's fun. Holy moly! I totally forgot about that cross trip. Rocket slider no-hander. Let's do rocket slider no-hander to something. That's not a carrier. Try not to use carriers at the moment. What can we do with that? Slider no-hander. Something. Slider no-hander to... I don't know. Slider no-hander. Fudge. Oh, what about we do slider no-hander, half cab, foot jam no-hander? Oh, that's where it is. Yeah. Okay, we got it. Slider no-hander, half cab, tail tap, fakie, half cab, foot jam no-hander. Woo. Peace. The decade? Thanks, bro. Bro, I just want. You see that new trick, bro? Slider no-hander. No, I didn't come up with that. There's actually another flatline ladder I got inspired by. He has a video on it. Not a how-to, it just shows him doing it. He does it pretty far though. See that line. You caught me line on the line, dude. Very rare line. Just on the slow progression. I'm trying not to do generators. I literally have to force myself not to do generators now, dude. I do generators so much I have to tell myself not to do generators. But yeah, try this one out. It's pretty fun. You might, I don't know if he uses a seat. I actually use my seat. So that's actually how I'm doing this trick. I'm pitching my knees on my seat. I don't know if that other dude does it that way. So you just go up, you endo slider one-hander, and you just like put your knees right there and you just go like that. The dude did it pretty long. I'm doing like little baby ones, but I think he did it for like 7 feet. He was just like this. Pretty fun one. I'm on a quest to learn as many no-handed tricks. There's a switchfoot Circle K. Have you seen that one dude do it? He does a switchfoot Circle K no-hander. So he's like this. He somehow pivots the bike, and he goes like this. I'm trying to learn that one. It seems impossible. I don't know how he's doing it. How are you doing that? There's a way you could do it, and you do it no-handed. I don't know if you're still in here, but I made a new mod on my bike too. I saw, what's that guy's name? Paul Barlow. Now I don't know if Paul Barlow ever got into doing like double decades and stuff, but I saw him and he has like grip tape right here. So I was like, that's weird. So I added a little, I used to add just a little bit of grip tape, but then I saw Paul's bike and he has like, dude, he has like grip tape up here, over here. So I'm just experimenting with it. Decade to boomerang. I wish I could do double decade, but we'll do decade boomerang. I can't do double decade. That's hard. You gotta be so quick. Dude, that thing, it's hard just doing a boomerang. I can't even imagine doing a double decade. I guess the double-footed one-handed steamroller. Ah, oh, that was a good one. Did you see that one, Empathy? That one was a good double. I've been starting to get it a little bit more. Dude, thanks for the raid, bro. Tomo, dude, what's up, bro? Woo-wee! Dude, thanks, bro. I'm just chilling on that. I think I'm following. Who wants me to follow? You guys want to follow? Rate something down and I'll give you a follow. I think I'm following you, Tomo Fit, right? Let's see here. Am I following you? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm following you. If anybody wants any sort of follow, I'll follow you back. I guess I'll be in more of a show mode. Show mode is more, I do tricks that I already know how to do. Peace. No! That was so close. I was so close to landing that. Man, that was disappointed. I was so close to landing that. But it's okay. Sounds fun. I always do that one now. What other maneuvers we got? These you can do gyrators and stick bees. That's kind of my trick selection. So I can land consistently. Should I see how long I can do a stick bee no-hander? Because last week I almost did one really long and I almost beat my record. Let's kind of just do some other tricks for a little bit. And yeah. I guess since Tomo fits in here, we can do like some more like calisthenics tricks. So we'll do some calisthenic tricks. This one is called the Miami Hopper. Start like that. Oh, actually, wait up. I messed up. We have to have the other pedal down, like this. Switch your foot right here. You put this foot on the pedal, grabbing your seat post, and then you just kind of get on top of the tire. Balance it like this, on top of the tire. Make sure you put pressure on that bar. Oh, it didn't work out very good. That was kind of like a calisthenics trick. I can't actually hang, what's it called, handstand? I feel like it's easier than a handstand. Let me see if I can actually land it. And it's a pretty safe trick. You can learn this trick in your living room too. Put the bike down. Make sure your handlebar is right there. You grab this, the seat post, put this leg up. Bring this one up like this. Put your elbow right there. Switch your foot right here onto this bag. This foot is out. Put this foot onto the pedal that's down. Put pressure on that bar end. Do like a cross maneuver. I don't know what this trick's called.
Push it down. You can go into a track stand position now. Grab the end of the bar end. Now you're in the track stand. You get track stand no-hander. This is like the first flatline trick, no-handed flatline trick I learned. You can do nori stand. So put this foot behind this tire. Put your hand on the tire, right here. Back to track stand. We can combo out of this by a swivel. So we're gonna move our hand. Into a switch foot zero hitter. Or no hander. Woo! I landed. I can't believe I actually landed that thing. And that's the cool thing about flatland is you can mix and match a whole bunch of tricks together. But those tricks that I just did are like old school tricks. A lot of people don't really like doing them. Because one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of people doing them is because you kind of need a ridiculous seat. See how like this right here, I have that right there. A lot of people don't like running it because there's a lot of people and they like actually cut their seat. They don't want their seat in the way. But I kind of like the old school stuff, so. What else we got? We got multi-fire whip. This is a really cool one. I like to practice it a lot. We got triple. We got hang five. Peace. Peace hang five. That was crazy. I want to go to Sparksville. Any tricks you guys want to see? You guys get into flatland. This is actually like an old trick that I see a lot of people get into. You go up, start in rocket position. So you're both your feet on the back pegs. Endo, slider. That one's a big one. I feel like that trick I just did right there, and then this one are my first flatline tricks. This one was actually my very first flatline trick. I'd be right in this garage learning this thing right here. And then I learned this one. This is the trick that actually got me learning flatland. It's called a switch foot stick beat no-hander. Let's see if we can hold it for a long time. It's really fun. Go up, endo, half bar, switch your hand. Now I'm going to switch my hand on the peg, switch it on the other side. Oh, I don't know if I can talk doing that one. Put on some different music. And I really like the reggae music. It's really peaceful. Okay, we're going to try and do a very long no-hander. Okie dokie. Let go. Let's see how long we can hold it. I don't know if I can talk in this one. Oh. That was fun. It's kind of hard to land though. But it's kind of cool because I used to be able to just do this, like little no-handers, but then I figured out you can kind of like put your foot, because I used to scuff it like on the top, but if you scuff it kind of with your foot like this, you can kind of wrap your foot on the side of here, and there's kind of like this pressure. It kind of feels like this right here, and you pressure it in and you can just hold that no-hander for a long time. Yeah, I like doing the no-hander tricks. Let's see what I do backyard no-hander. This trick is really, really hard for me. But it's weird because that one that I just did probably looks harder, but this one's actually way harder. There's a lot more into it. Okay, more reggae music. I've been digging the reggae vibes today, and it's copyright free.
I know first was tough. The agent Joe just got our needs. Hey Joe!
I don't know what to do. What can we do? This is the one I've been trying to learn lately. Ah, fudge. I'm so close to landing it. Hey, anybody from Tomo Fitz Raid, go give Priceless a follow. Wait, I think, is Tomo Fit from your stream, Priceless? I feel like you guys, let me shout out this guy. Shout out this guy. /shout. Go give Priceless a follow. That guy that just commented right there. You're from Tomo's Raid. Do you follow Tomo, Priceless? I think you both of you guys like do the fitness stuff. Let me shout out Tomo Fit after now. /shout out Tomo Fit. Shout out to Tomo Fit. I guess most of you guys are from his raid, but shout him out. I'm gonna shout him out. I don't even know what to do. Tired.
Discover a home that not only anticipates your needs, but actively works with them problems before
When did I make those emotes? I made them probably about a month ago. They're pretty easy. Yeah, I also, if you guys want to know how to do if you guys have any questions on any of the stuff on the stream, I'll let you guys know. Like the floating emote thing, that's from Streamlabs. I think if you type in Streamlabs Elements on your browser, you have to sign in with your Twitch, and you can look it up. Just look up floating emotes if you want that on your stream. I think it's a little hard for me to just talk about it. But yeah, it's on Stream Elements. Oh, are you kidding me? I almost landed it. My hand fell off, boys. My hand's getting too sweaty. I also, if any of you guys want to know how I do the thumbnails and stuff, I just use Paint 3D. I don't use Photoshop. I use it's the free program if you have a Microsoft computer. If you type in Paint 3D, I think it's called the magic wand brush, and you can kind of cut things out. That's how I made those emotes too. Oh, look at that.
Remember to stay hydrated.
Man, water is so good when you're thirsty. I don't know what music everybody likes listening to. I've been digging the reggae vibes, but I don't know, I basically listen to God, drum and bass, boom bap, hip hop, 90s beats, and what else do I listen to? Reggae stuff. I guess I listen to everything. You listen to everything. I listen to a lot of copyright free music. Copyright free music. I don't know what to do. What should I do, everybody? Let's see here. I guess I can try and land this one. I need to learn this one. Things hard to land. Really fun now. We're getting tired, everybody. Oh. Maybe I should go to BMX Streets now. Let's change it to BMX Streets. Let's see if anybody's playing BMX Streets. you guys want to play a BMX game, what in the world? There's only one person in here? Oh. Nobody plays that game anymore. Darn. Well, and there is a video game called BMX Streets. It's like a simulator game. There used to be a lot of people in it, but now it doesn't seem like there's many people. You know what, actually, I think we could go in, do that, into a backyard no-hander. That'd be cool. I guess there's the normal backyard I'm trying to learn too. I haven't really learned it. Let's try a normal backyard. I kind of learned them weird. So the normal backyard is this. It's like different than the one I do. So we start a regular generator. Let me switch our hand. Never learned that one. I feel like that's the main one, but I feel like I learned it weird. I learned it the wrong way, I think. But I feel like this one, I don't know, it's weird. I think it's just because I learned switch like generator. That one's a cool looking trick. I really like that trick right there. You guys want to see like another angle? Let me do it this way so you can see. This is what we're doing. We go up. So we go up like this. You take this hand, get the brake right here, and then you go into this one with this hand. You hit the brake again, this, and then you get into the back there. Pretty cool. But it's really hard. It saved me a long time to learn it. Man, that one looks crazy like that. Normally I do it in one little angle. Like normally I do it right back there. I never really do it in a different angle. Oh, I almost did it. I guess we could try a trials line now. I'm trying to just write everything today. Yeah, we'll try a trials line. We're gonna bring out the stones. These things tire me out, so I don't know if I should do it, but I guess we practice at the end just a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't right now. Because we get tired of these things, so. Yeah, I guess we should practice. We'll practice. These are the stones of time. Let me adjust my brakes a little bit. This was always a workout though. Gaps are a little too big. That's funny, huh? That emote. This one. This is a straight just workout right here, bro. I always feel it, man. Straight just gnarly on the arms. Just the brakes. You gotta be in trials mode. I still gotta do a decade out of it. Okie dokie. I have to like get them in the right order to like do it in the back. Needs to be a little bit farther out. I guess it's just me, I don't know, it might just be a placebo effect. Oh, weird. Try to do a decade out.
What I love about being a sight surgeon is that we are given the opportunity.
Actually, listen to this Dave Smith. We need some Dave Smith influence. Alright, come on. So do this. Oh, fudge. It's close. So what's hard is like doing the pedal kick forward is different than doing it back. Because like when you do it backwards, you have to use your tire pressure. Man, this thing's hard. Every time I bring them out, some days it's easy, but like, it's generally just hard. come on. We're so close to the darn middle one. You gotta get right on that right little, if I'm too far forward, I can't go back. You have to be like right on that, this little cusp to get to the third one. It breaks so weird. Table here somewhere? I gotta adjust my Rick says. Gotta get in trials now. Alright, I think we're good. I did not backflip. I'm sorry. I used to work at Woodward. I did attempt to get some backflip, but I never learned that trick. I was like, when I was working there, I was like, I didn't really want to learn it. I had the option. I probably should have learned it.
We're here at Sprouts, sharing how you can elevate your shopping with Sprouts brand products. One of my go-to meals at home is their organic penny ricotta pasta, which pairs really good with the classic garlic pasta sauce. Whenever you see
Way more
the
music.
label, very good quality.
Come on. Yeah, man. I'm gonna try to do this trials maneuver. Oh, why is it so hard? Darn, some days it's easy, but like today it's actually hard. Alright, buddy. Yeah, that's why I have to practice it. No! Darn it! Why did I do this generator? Oh, that was so close. I should have not done the generator. Man. Oh well. Sometimes my instinct is just to go into a generator every single time. I should have just done a decade. Because it's going to be hard to land that again now. So let's try and do a decade. Almost did that one. I give up, everybody. Time me out. The stones have defeated me. We almost landed at one time. Oh. So tired. No more stones today. Phew. It's fun enough. You guys can go harvest some curves. I found those actually in a ditch. What should I do now? Man, that thing freaking pumps my arms out.
When the prize is yummy, but you can't always win, good friends will share it anyway. Nutella biscuits with crunchy golden baked biscuit.
Yeah, that one feels like rock climb right there. What should we land, everybody? I don't know. I guess this is kind of a cool line. 360 TE to a biblequote TE to fakey decade. That'd be kind of cool. Are you kidding me? That was such a good line. Oh my goodness, I almost did it. We were so close to landing it. I slipped a pebble. Yeah. That was a good line right there. I don't know what else to do. I basically just do a biblequote. Biblequote's probably my favorite trick though. I guess maybe we could go right outside for a little bit. Let me see what the weather's like. It was really windy earlier. Never mind, it's really windy. Keep running here. You want to trick with that church bench? Alright. I did one earlier, it's pretty good. I don't, yeah, I think we try. And move it. But I gotta be, after this I gotta take a break from it because I can't be too loud. But it still is somewhat kind of early. So we're still in the clear. I'm gonna move it over here. So this is the cool thing about like BMX is like, dude, there's like so much, cause like I'm riding like really minimal stuff. Like we're literally just riding flatland and then like a ledge. Dude, if you go to a skate park, there is like 1,000 different combos you can do. Like more than 1,000. There's like, it's like basically the infinity combo. You go to the skate park. Trying to get the right angle. That'll work. What should we do up in here? Oh, we'll try the trick. This is the combo I was trying earlier. It's sorry to be kind of loud. It's pickup bar. So this is what we're gonna try. We're gonna try pickup bar. Not bunny, not bar. Pickup bar. Pickup bar. Tail tap. Smith. Kickflip. Bible. Tail tap. Reverse ET. Fakey. Half cab. Kickflip. That's the combo I've been after. I've been after it for like 3 weeks now. 3 weeks and no avail. One of those 3-week comboers. It's hard to like do the tail tap part. That's the hardest part. Because I'm bad at most of this. No, come on. Oh, fudge, that was it. Would you say 30 miles of biking a day is a lot? That's a fair amount. I feel like that's like fair amount because I feel like the Tour de France guys, I think they do like 100, right? I think they do 100 a day. So 30 would be what, like 30%? I think that's what they do. I would have to look it up again. I'm pretty sure it's 100. Maybe it's 120. I think it's 100 though. 100 miles a day for like top level Tour de France guys. I'm gonna look it up. I'm not sure actually. Right. This is a different combo. That was cheesy. Let's see, I'm actually curious now. Like, what kind of miles are we talking about? Are we talking about road biking? Because road biking is different, right? Right? Okay, yeah. So it's 105 miles. We're pretty close. They're doing 105 miles a day. So actually, if you guys are interested, actually I don't know if this is right. It says 144 miles, so I think someone has ridden 144 miles in a day or something. That's crazy. I don't know, I didn't really research it too much. That's just what came up on Google. What? Oh yeah, dude, this is a new combo. I used to do this pegless. It's the crank flip double peg, or crank flip switch double peg. Oh, that was it. We can do a combo out of it. That one's fun though. I used to do it. One of my favorite clips that I have, it was a crank flip switch feeble, drop down feeble, 180. Cool one. But check out this one. This one's pretty fun. I just learned this one the other day. Switch amp whip. No, let me see. Okay, switch amp whip, and you hit the ledge. That's pretty cool. I feel like there's a lot of combos you could do from that one. Oh, we almost did it right there. feel like you could do like a stall out of it. Push. That's it. That one's fun. There's definitely like some weird combos in that one. There's a lot of weird combos on this thing. Shout out to my neighbor, he gave me all that wood. All that wood I made for my neighbor. What other ones we got up in here? I'm not the biggest like peg ledge guy, so Empathy, aren't you going to start riding street? Aren't you going to start riding street? You just ride a ledge, bro.
Protect your skin with bibleverse's ultra lightweight sunscreen with antioxidants.
There's this one. I mean, let's see here. I mean, there's the double peg one that's kind of fun. Kind of cheesy, but kind of fun. Peace. I recently kind of learned that one. There's feeble. Let's try feeble tail tap. Feeble tail tap reverse TD. Or what about this one? This one's pretty cool. Oh, fuck, that one's it. Cheated. This one. I'm gonna be tired. I gotta take a break. There is a lot of combos on this thing. I wish I was like better at like hot bars because like that's a really big trick nowadays. People do like hot bar, double peg, hot bar, feeble, hot bar, Smith. There's a lot of combos on that thing. Watch it. That was the line of the session. On the ledge. What up, Joe? How goes it, bro? Whew. Well, everybody. That concludes. I could keep riding, but I try and ride like 5 days a week, 5-6 days a week. I could keep riding, but if I do it for a long period of time, I can't ride more than like a little, I guess it's like maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then I get tired the next day. I don't know how those like Olympic athletes are doing it. I don't know how Arnold did it, because Arnold said he used to do intervals with his split routine. He would work out for 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, 4 to 6 hours. He would do 2 hours in the morning and then 2 hours at the afternoon or nighttime. And he would do that 6 days a week. Or he would do two hours, he would do maybe, I guess it depends, right? You could do 1 hour, 5 hours at the end of the day, or 5 hours in the front, 1 hour at the back. But also, not only did Arnold do that, but Olympic athletes train really heavy like that too. Get with Scott Hagness for some body and conditioning. Who's that? I might have seen that guy. That one dude, Luke Malone's like super ripped. Also, Dave Smith was like super ripped too. I think it's because he was carrying around that 40-pound bike. Yeah. If you guys want to like know the setup that we're doing, this is I'll show you the ledge. If you guys want to make one yourself. So it's kind of crazy because this actually is a church pew. My neighbor gave me this old church thing because it was like broken, and what I did is I converted it into a ledge. Look at this thing. You guys want to see the back of it? Eventually this is going to be another ledge on top. I am going to put another thing like this, but on top of here I just haven't gotten around the time. I got to go to Walmart and get some wood. But that's what it looks like in the back. I use these boulders to strengthen it. We have 3 boulders. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I actually had to put this boulder, that boulder, and then this boulder just so it doesn't move on me. And then I actually had to put another one. I actually put this piece of cement on top today to give it some more sturdiness, which it seems kind of sketchy that I have to do that, but it actually makes it quieter the more weight you have on it. The other thing, Empathy, bro, you need to make one of these things. I actually have been thinking about, I might just start making these things and sell them or something. You need to be making one of those, bro. I literally feel like you can start making those and start selling them, dude. Because you can, I feel like, dude, if every BMX rider had one of these things, I bet like Flatland would actually get bigger. Because with this thing, you could practice learning hang fives, your whiplashes. Bro, you can learn so many things on this thing. I mean, I guess not learn it, but you can get comfortable, at least muscle memory wise. I feel like you should make one too, dude. Oh yeah, and then this thing right here, this thing's kind of cool. This is, if you guys ever want to make like a wedge, like, what's it called? Like a cellar door? That's kind of what I've modeled this after, is the angle of a cellar door. Actually, I think it's actually more angled than a normal cellar door. But how I have this one is we have just a bunch of boulders and stuff. We have a big rock, this thing, but there's actually no nails right here. Check it out. No nails whatsoever on here. It's just rocks. I'm a big fan of using the boulders, everybody. Because you just get some boulders, bro, and that's just weight right there, dude. Like, you can pick those things up and down, and that's your natural weight system right there. So, yep. Now we're going to get ready to go draw, everybody, because I'm tired. I'm actually not that tired, but I'm going to be tired. I got. Bro, priceless. I don't know if you're still in here, dude. Bro, you actually inspired me to start drinking the protein coffee. So I got one of these things at Walmart. Shout out to Walmart. I got the one, I actually really like the clear one because you can actually like see through it more. A lot of them are cloudy. But what I do, well now I'm gonna do it, is I'm putting coffee and then 1 scoop of protein powder in here. And it's actually, I feel like it's giving me more energy. Oh dude, I love it. Because honestly, I didn't really like drinking protein powder because it's just kind of nasty. I mean, I guess not that nasty, but I don't know, I'm just not. I feel like if I do it with the coffee, I could definitely do it better because it's not as nasty. And I think it has given me a little bit more energy because it's been kind of interesting, like kind of experimenting with the energy levels. Because I've been seeing the diets of, you know, people that like train, like endurance athletes and Olympic athletes. There's a reason why they eat the way they eat, is because it gives them a lot of energy. So we're gonna bring everything in. Let's see here, what am I even doing? Actually, pretty good though. Anybody out there, if you guys, I will accept the titanium, any titanium offerings. I'm ready to, I will prototype your titanium perks. Because there's people now, like, there's a lot of people now that, like, they run, like, full, like, titanium bikes. It's crazy. I've never really ridden one. I kind of feel like I actually picked up a titanium bike, and it almost feels so light that you're just going to break it. But I see some of these guys, and they're, like, freaking gnarly on it. So, I don't know, we kind of maybe want to try that out there. That's super expensive. I do have one titanium part on my bike. It's actually my bar ends. My bar ends are titanium, which they've been lasting actually a really long time. Let's look at them. The only titanium part on my bike are these things right here. This, I know they look really janky because I tried to put this thing on here, but these are actually titanium. And it's actually crazy because these things are lasting a very, very long time. I think if I were to get the titanium, my real titanium, I think I'm going to try the titanium bars if I get my first titanium part. Actually, maybe not. Maybe it would be the spindle, because I don't have a titanium spindle, but you can get titanium spindle, you can get titanium bolts, you can get a titanium stem, you can get titanium, these bolts right here, these bolts right here, you can get titanium forks, you can get titanium bolts, you can for the pegs, you can get a tie spokes, you can get carbon rim, you can get a titanium frame, you can get a titanium post, titanium spindle with titanium cap thing. You can get titanium spindle for the pedals. Yeah, there's so much tie you could get, and that would basically reduce. If I had a full tie bike like that, that would probably be like 14 pounds. My bike right now is actually probably like 25. I've never weighed my bike, but my bike is on the heavier side just because I'm running this really big seat post with this old school seat. I'm running this old school wheel with this hub, and yeah, I'm liking the bike pretty good. I'm rocking titanium spindle and bolts and had a tie hub, but honestly, sometimes light is too light. That's what somebody's telling me too. But also I see like Vicky Gomez riding, and that dude's crazy. He's like doing bike flips and stuff. Dude, man, I'm freaking bleeding somehow. I'm gonna cut myself somehow. Oh yeah, dude, you need to be making one of these things, bro. Make one of these things, dude. That thing right there. You know who uses one of those? And Moya Flat uses one. I have a picture on my phone. Moya Flat uses one of those things. It makes sense because he rides really, really slow. And I think, see, here, I'll show you how he uses it. So this is how Moya Flat uses his thing. Because see how, I think I've already showed you this, but see how this doesn't have a side-to-side play like that? You know what I saw Moya Flat do? I saw him, what he does is he puts a tire underneath it like this. So then, what does this do? It gives you a little bit of that play right there, bro. I think, you know, like, so if you make one of these things, that is one element, because if you just do it like this, it's just stationary, right? You put that thing, and you can kind of at least get a little bit of give for that side-to-side motion. You're like, oh man, bro, you could do that in your house though. The cool thing about this is you could just put this in your living room, bro. You could put this by your bed, dude. Okay. Oh, that's the schematics, by the way. You guys will make that. I literally think if every BMX rider made one of those things, Flatland would emerge better. All right, we're gonna take a break, everybody. So I'm gonna put this break sign up. Where is that thing? Here it is. Manuals. Okay, we're going inside, everybody. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bring everything out. I'm gonna go draw. Guess maybe we can go look at some wildlife. Let's see, since I'm already walking this way, let's see if we can find some wildlife travelers. Oops. Okay. Taking the wildlife break, everybody. Let's see if we can find a bug or something. Is there anything in there?
we're gonna go draw. You guys download BMX Streets? Go and download BMX Streets today and get into BMX riding. That was the cringy character we did the other day. Oh, man. Okay, I gotta clean up and we're gonna draw a picture, everybody, so. Plug everything in. I kind of want to start getting into drawing some different stuff because I feel like I've done so many characters with the back and the background like that. I need to like learn some other stuff. But this one is definitely like my comfort zone because I just know I can get it done. Like I just know for sure like I'll just get this done in this time frame. But there's so many other things we can learn to draw, you know. These are just, at the moment, these are just kind of like the strengths that I have. We've got the character design and then, you know, just the bike and stuff, which is fun, but there's so much other stuff that we can explore. Let me put on chat, or it's not the chat, the text. We'll put on a BMX video for everybody to watch. I'm going to clean up and I need to cool down a little bit. We're going to try and watch a little bit more obscure BMX videos because I don't really know like how the big BMX companies will kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I think they would like me promoting any sort of BMX riding, but I'm still not sure. So we're kind of watching a little bit more older videos so I don't get in trouble. But actually, at this point, I just feel like they would like it, but I don't know. I just don't want to like... We're just watching older videos at the moment. This video is amazing right here. I don't know if you guys seen it. This one is called West Coast. This is kind of the guys that got me into flatline riding. So I actually try and learn a lot of these guys' style. It's like Long Beach style. Yeah, Long Beach style, boys. That's the flatland I like. I like Long Beach style. This. Adjust this. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Why is this so janky? Oh, I guess I gotta move this just a little bit more like that. There we go. Still not correct. West Coast 4130. The Long Beach. Have you seen this video? Bro, look at this dude right here. What in the world was that? What trick is that? Is that an elephant glide? I don't know what trick that is.
What in the world? I don't even know what this guy's even doing right here. Yep. So if you guys can't tell, I try and learn a lot of like this style writing. Like Dave Smith, these guys up in here. There's full breaks. See, I do that trick almost every single day, but he does the regular foot gyrator version. Here's Dave Smith up in here. This dude's probably one of my favorite writers. I do a lot of this. I try and do this a lot of these guys' combos, but I guess in a different way though. That was crazy right there. What in the world? Switch refrigerator. What in the world was that? It's crazy. I can only do one of the tricks that these guys have done so far. And this video is like really old, by the way. This video is so old that I can't even like barely even do any of these guys. I guess I could do a little bit of this guy's tricks, but man, tail tap, sheep hills, toothpick. Wow. I've never really actually watched this video too much because I always like put it on and I'm drawing. I never really like taken the time to just actually watch it. Oh my, holy schneck, that dude just did a triple. Dude, we gotta rewind that. That was insane, bro. You know how hard that is? What the heck? Bro, that is crazy, dude. Like, people don't realize how hard that trick is, bro. Maybe they do, but I feel like they don't. Because it's been like, I can't even do a double decade. Holy moly, that is insane. You ever thought of copying a classic freestyle bike from the 80s and 90s? I have actually been thinking about getting, like, the Hoffman EP, but I don't know, like, right now it's just because, like, Ryan Morales hooked it up with that Colt tech frame, so I kind of don't want to, like, I kind of don't like switching up the geometry too much. Ooh, locomotive? Locomotive to Smith Decade? What the heck? Oh, wait, I gotta get, you guys can watch it. I gotta clean up my hands. And I need to cool down my room, so I'm gonna turn on the air conditioning real quick. Scott Powell can do quadruple brakeless decades? What the heck? Dude, look at that trick right there. Dude, isn't that crazy? What's that trick right there? This one right here. He just did a... Dude, I want to learn that right there. What in the world is that? That is a gnarly line right there. Dude just did a straight up triple whiplash to like 5 whip to... I don't know what he's even doing. Bro, that line was so gnarly. Look at this guy, he's already doing glides and stuff. Dude, this guy was ahead of his game right here. I don't know who's that guy, Edgar Placenta? Something like that? Yep. Okay, I need to get some paper. Where's my paper at? I'm gonna have to make some more paper. Yeah, these guys are gnarly, bro. It's crazy because these guys are all young in this video, dude. Like, you know, I feel like, I don't know, dude, there was something with the old school scene where there was like so many more young people like riding flatland. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of odd. What's kind of hilarious is a lot of these riders actually still ride to this day, but they're like really old now. I guess not really old, but older. And these bikes are really heavy. These bikes are like 40 pounds right here. They're not light. They're probably double the weight of the bikes I'm running right now. Maybe even triple the weight. If you have a titanium bike, it's probably about three titanium bikes. Yeah, these guys are gnarly, bro. If you guys can't tell, I get a lot of inspiration from this style up in here. Like the decades out and stuff. Social media, video game addiction took out all the youngins. Maybe. It does seem like they are into street riding. That's just the thing. They like went on to street riding. I didn't even know there was a dirt set. Holy shnikes, dude, that dude just sent a double backflip. That was crazy. At least, well, vert riding died, basically. True, I saw a kid probably doing... Have you been going to the skate park? I feel like that's what if Flatlanders want to get more flat riders, they're gonna have to start riding at the skate parks or something, because like... Or like streaming or something. Kind of weird. I didn't even know there was a vert section. Holy shnikes, look at that. That was crazy. Where's the tape?
could put that stuff. Maybe I should stop using the tape then. I could maybe use this thing right here. No, that's kind of intrusive. Maybe not. I guess that might even be better to do it. I guess maybe we could try this instead of the tape.
Minucci runs a skate park in Japan. Smart move, branched out into other territory, and a lot of these Japanese events will feature skateboarding and street riding. Yeah, that's a really good one. That's what somebody said on an interview or something. They were like talking about like what are ways that Flatland can like keep growing or something, right? Honestly, just promoting it. So you have an all-inclusive hub with flatlanders, street riders, park riders, skateboarders, but you only see stuff across the continent. Huh. That was a weird combo right there. I think what it would also help is if all these big bike companies, they had flatland riders. Is that Sean McKinney? I think that's Sean McKinney, right? I might be wrong. That is a crazy line right there. I think that's a switchfoot shirt. What in the world? That's crazy. But what I liked about like this time period is every company had a flat rider, right? Because like now it seems like all these companies, they don't have like a flatland rider unless it's a flatland specific company. So that's kind of weird, I think. There are some companies still that kind of do it, but dude, that was crazy. I need to sharpen this pencil real quick. Where is my razor blade? Oh, I can't order this. Bro, when are you gonna ride with Terry, bro? It's crazy you live by that dude. Dude, you live by like one of the best flatlanders in America, dude. It's crazy. I've never met Terry, but dude, I bet you learned so much from that dude. That dude posts a lot. He posts like every single day on Instagram. Oh, let's see here. For sure, that would help. For sure, bike companies would actually sponsor flatland riders. Oh, rim, interesting, huh? That's a crazy combo that dude just did right there. Sponsoring our Flatland Rider is for sure good marketing and should have been done a while ago. I think what would also help is like having people just, I don't know, do you follow this guy on YouTube? Let me show you him. His name is Dan Corrigan. I like how Dan's going about it. I actually just like how Paul Peralta's doing it. If you look up Dan Corrigan, this guy right here. This guy right here is a trip, dude. He puts out a video every single day. But what's crazy is not only does Dan Corrigan do it, but actually most of the Pal Peralta team, the Pal Peralta skateboarding team, they vlog. And what's also crazy is they have a bunch of believers. Pal Peralta was like a part of Dogtown. What in the world? There's like some great random commercial. But yeah, it's not only Dan Corrigan, but like a bunch of them are like vlogging every single day. It's crazy. Ugh. I think we're just gonna draw like a cross or something today. But like it's hard because I'm like trying to think what other stuff could I like, I don't know. To think here. What other stuff could we? Because I know I could do the character and just put the bike in the background, but I want to like branch out into doing some other stuff. I don't know. Maybe like some portrait stuff, maybe. Dude, this guy is going ham, bro. These guys are gnarly. What in the world? I guess we could even start inking stuff out too. Oh wait, I need to go into art real quick. Let's go and change it to artwork. We're on health and fitness animal. ART. There's Dave Smith. Let's see what he. Holy moly, that dude just did a. I don't know what that is. That is a half packer. He did a steamroller to half packer to crack packer to half packer to backwards ride Smith decade. That was crazy. If I could just, I want to learn that line right there. Alright, what am I doing here? I don't even know. I guess we could just doodle. Maybe today could just be a doodle day. I did kind of want to maybe get into... Let me bring out my perspective thing again. There was a bunch of... Remember when I was doing the perspective stuff? That stuff was kind of cool. The perspective studies. We had a whole thing of perspective stuff to do here. So I remember I was like doing studies like this. That stuff was crazy. See, we started getting into like doing like more technical bike riding. I guess that is another thing maybe why I should get back into perspective stuff, is because when we get into the perspective stuff, we can draw multi-figural in the same perspective. That is a very hard thing to do. Drawing a multi-figural, multi-bike thing. So maybe that's what I should get back into. I don't know. But it also takes longer, so... So I might get back into doing the perspective stuff. Because I
know that would increase a lot of stuff to learn. Right, now we have cone of vision. That's actually a very important one right there. This is actually the entire step-by-step process for making the. So that, see this line right here? This is actually how we draw a 30 degree, or I think it's a 60 degree eyeball, because this is like us looking into it, right? And if we draw something outside of the circle, it actually gets distorted. We have the step right here. That's why I wrote it down. This is the step-by-step how to make that. But I also have this one. I have this one that I made. See, this is the 90. This is the 60 degree. This is basically how the eyeball works right here. This is our cone of vision that we've made with the 2 vanishing points, which I used to just have it in the back, so I might put that in the back again. Where's the tape at? I think I need the tape. Sorry everybody if it's kind of boring. Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. The other thing is I maybe should be using the light box more too. I'm kind of a bit more afraid to use the light box nowadays just because it takes me longer to use the light box instead of just drawing it out, right? It actually takes me longer to do the light box, which is kind of weird to say, but because most people would think it would actually take less time. It actually takes me more time to draw with the light box. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see if I could somehow, I'm setting this up to where how can I have this, but also draw things in perspective. I'm trying to set this up, everybody. Let's see. I mean, I guess this might be a good setup right here, because then I could still have my perspective grid, but then, so push it back like this. Sorry, this probably seems really confusing, but this is basically kind of how we're doing our perspective stuff. I think this is actually what I need to get back into. Because I remember we were doing studies like this. This is how to draw a bicycle in any single angle. This is a very important study right here. This is how to draw a bicycle handlebar in any single angle in perspective. This is the hard stuff right here, because if you can tell, I normally draw the bike in one single angle, and it's because that's why it's so hard, is to draw it in many different angles. Let me take that one out right there. That is an important study right there. There's some other ones. This is our wheel-based studies. We have we did some studies with 24 wheels and also 20-inch wheelbase. And how do we put that and draw that into perspective? And this is the sphere stuff. But see, this is what makes it very hard, is because drawing the sphere, but then how do we draw the base? How do we draw a cylinder in perspective? That is the hardest part about drawing the bike. Yeah, we did a whole bunch of weird studies, man. There was a time, man, where when I got hurt, bro, I got crazy up in here. Interesting, interesting. I mean, that's an interesting one right there.
Because I'm trying to figure out how do we draw the bike simpler, right? I feel like that's how you do it. You do the rectangle method. I feel like if we do the rectangle method, that is the fastest way on how to draw a bike in perspective. But I might be wrong, I don't know. If you type in how to draw a bike on YouTube, there's only like 2 or 3 videos. It's actually crazy. I did do this one. This one's kind of cool. I need to push this down, don't I? Where's that other thing? Oh, there it is. Trying to figure out how to get this to work. Because now I have this right here. So this is our cone of vision, which acts as the eyeball. This is our perspective grid that we have made. I have made it to where it fits with this clear piece of plastic. This is almost kind of like a Photoshop layer or something. It's like a ghetto Photoshop layer. Somehow I'm gonna have to figure out how to place this so where it fits on here correctly, to where I can move this layer around. Which I think that might work. Maybe putting that one. Nope, that one's not going to work. We're going to have to put another one. I'm going to start using these clipper things a little bit more frequently now, because now I can clip that right there so it's steady on there. And now I can move it with the tape and make sure that this is in the right grid setup. So when we place the drawing on top, we can figure out our perspective a little bit better. Now, the reason why I stopped doing this method is because it's a headache. Because sometimes you can get like too caught up with the perspective, and it trips me out sometimes. And sometimes, actually, for the past drawings, I don't even use the perspective grid anymore. I just guess it. But if we want to get into more complex drawing and mechanical design, that's probably what we're going to have to start doing. Which maybe we'll do like some crosses or something. A good song up in here. I also need to find my ruler again. I lost it. Where is it? That was a very rare item. I gotta find everything everybody else. Lost everything. Where the heck did that thing go? Oh, here it is. This is another very rare item right here. This is the clear flexible ruler. If you go to Michael's, you can't, well, I mean, I guess depending on the Michael's that is in your area. For some reason the Michael in my area don't sell these things. This is the rare item right here. So from this, we can figure out, do we want this in mid-level? So if we were taking a picture, so imagine us taking a picture, this, we could actually gauge, see this video right here? See how this line right here is that line of the horizon line? We can actually do that exact same thing, but with our drawings. It's actually crazy, right? This is actually in a, if we can, I don't know, it's kind of, it probably make no sense whatsoever. This is actually above, so see, this line right here, this red line, I mean, that actually is probably a good little warm-up to do. See, this is mid-level right there. That the horizon line's in the mid-level.
this red line right here. Let me take off the brakes on actually. I guess we'll start drawing, everybody. Let's put our slideshow. And for some reason this does not look even, does it? Or is it? Just tripping out. There we go. I don't know. See, this is, I think what I need to do is I need to just kind of branch out a little bit more. And we're going to branch out and we're going to get back into doing like the perspective stuff, I think. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do like one day, if I'm really, really tired, we'll do a graffiti piece because those are really easy. Then I might switch it up now. I might do like one character, like a character, and then we'll do a perspective one, and then a character, and then a perspective one. And maybe we might even do like a portrait thing because I feel like that's what's going to help start branching me out. The one thing that is kind of confusing me at the moment is like me getting something done, right? Because I feel like I'm in this mode where I like to just finish something in one sitting, right? And it's either I can start 10 drawings, not finish a single one of them, or I can finish one single drawing, right? And this is kind of why I stopped doing the perspective stuff, because the perspective stuff, it can kind of get me in this weird mode of I don't finish anything. And I just have like hundreds and hundreds of projects where I just never finish anything. So yeah. But I mean, I guess we could just practice. Let's just practice. We're just practicing right now. I'm wondering, like, how could we do this? I kind of want to do like, no, let's just practice. We're just gonna practice. Set down our horizon line. And let's see here. Let me put this up. Put a different video. Huh. Let's see here. To watch. Let's watch this. Some old school stuff right here, boys and girls. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna try and do. Where are my cross perspective studies? Where are they? There's so many drawings. There's so many drawings everywhere, I don't even know what to do with them all. I like how so many drawings, it's just, everything's just a mess. Oh, here we go, okay. So we did do some studies of crosses, like so, right? Here's actually our grid to how to draw a bicycle. A BMX bike, specifically. Let's see here. I think what we're gonna do, we're just gonna draw like some crosses, because I feel like the cross is definitely like an easier way to maybe kind of branch out into other things. Let's just kind of get that going. Let's push the cross like here in that vanishing point. And we're going to use that vanishing point. Right, that would be it. So this does actually work in the perspective, this shape that we're drawing. I need to use the other ruler. Where's the other ruler at? Let's use this one. No, that one doesn't work very good. What about this one? This one has a freaking chip in it, I think. See, I kind of don't like using the rulers and stuff. It makes it very, like, stiff. I feel like when I use the rulers and stuff, it makes things stiff, but oh well, we're just experimenting. We're just experimenting, everybody. It's not like it has to be perfect, but it also, I feel like I draw slower when I draw it this way. So we would actually see the bottom of this cross just a tiny bit, which is actually very interesting. Just a little bit. I think it's actually too wide, but let's see. Now I feel like what's interesting, if we think about this, is we can just kind of just add in shapes. I kind of wanted to draw like a techno cross. Right. You still watching this, bro? You just watching me just struggle doing the perspective stuff. I wanted to draw like a bunch of like, I don't know, how do we draw a techno cross? Because in the Bible study today, we went into sci-fi Christianity. Sci-fi Christianity. What we're gonna do here, basically we can put anything in here, right? Because we have the perspective grid set up. By the way, this guy is a legend. This guy is the first guy that got into trials biking. His name's O.T. Pie. He custom made his bike. His dad used to be a professional. So what's actually really weird about this style of riding is that actually dirt bikes, I think, got into it first. It was the dirt bikes that did this. Then what happened is this guy right here, that guy is his name, O.T. Pie. O.T. Pie, his father had like a welding business or something like that, and they made a custom, this is a custom BMX bike, but with trials geometry. Dude, it's crazy watching this because, like, this is a very rare video, by the way. A lot of people have not, I mean, I guess if you're a trials rider, you've probably seen it, but, I mean, of course you've probably seen it, but if you're, like, to ask a normal BMX rider what this is, they'd be like, what is that? This is, like, from, like, the 80s. Okay, everybody, we're just going to draw some perspective lines up in here with this vanishing point. Just keeping it very light. I think we're just gonna text this cross out now. And we're gonna do like something like Great Commission or something like that with like TVs or something. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna commit to this cross right here. So we're gonna go with this into, actually I think this cross is too wide. Let's cut that back. This is why we're using this pencil, by the way, because it's much easier to erase. So we're actually gonna cut this cross back. That does not make sense, but it does. Yeah, I'm bad at this perspective stuff, by the way. This perspective stuff is gnarly. Because normally I just guess it, because it's faster. But there is a mathematical way to draw everything. .75 to 20 is such an underrated size, huh? Man, I would honestly want to run at 18.75 or 18.5. Who's that one dude that won X Games? The Keo guy? He's running 18.5 frame. He's running that Aries 18.5. He actually has a custom-made titanium, custom 18.5 titanium frame.
Right now, Sonic Shakes are half price after 7 p.m. when you order online or in the app. So save on your...
Because when I was running the Micro Machine, I really liked the geometry of the Micro Machine. Bro, what in the world is this guy doing? That guy is a trip, dude. What in the world, dude? That is amazing, bro. You do not see BMXers doing this stuff right up in here, bro. This dude's straight up in a creek, man. You? Is that his name? Bro, this is confusing. What am I doing? I don't draw perspective stuff. I just get confused. I just gotta like go with it. We just gotta like just send it and just go with it, bro. But this is actually why I don't draw like perspective stuff, because it's just really confusing to me. Because there's just so much stuff we could build from this. Alright, what I'm gonna do now is we're just gonna commit to this cross. We're just gonna commit and we're just gonna say it. We're gonna do a cross base and just go with it. Maybe. Than the average person. Huh. I just would want to ride a 18.75 because of it would make cliffhangers easier for me. Because it's like way easier. It also makes what's that trick called? Undertakers. It makes undertakers easier. Okay, we're gonna do like, I'm confused, everybody. Let's just make a base real quick. I have to think about this as we're not really necessarily drawing, we're actually building now. Which I guess that's what all the other drawings are kind of like, but we're building stuff a bit more now. try and do a sci-fi cross, though. That is the goal. Let's actually push this up now.
Flexible financing for cosmetic treatments and skincare.
Alright, we're gonna watch something else. I know this is good. Got a little taste of the trials writing. Let's watch Danny Hinkerson, because this guy's really crazy. Let's actually watch Dave Osato. Dave Osato is a gnarly dude. This guy is gnarly.
Okay, let's see here. Should we just draw TVs everywhere? I don't know what I'm doing, everybody. We don't know what we're doing, but we're trying. Could draw a person in here too. How are we gonna do this? I like kind of see it, but not really.
This is a strange drawing up in here, but I'm gonna just keep going with it. I wonder if I should draw a person in here. What if there's just like a bunch of screens? What if it was just like phones or something? We could draw a person in here. Let's try it. 3 movable masses. Torso. Head. Maybe he'll be like, oh my goodness, what is this? He's discovered something. Let me think. Let's do our proportions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. How can we put a bike in here? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 is at the end of the knees. Holy moly, everybody, it's starting to emerge. What if it's a knight? See, this is why perspective's a trip. Because we can just start, like, drawing weird things. Maybe we put a giant Bible right here. Like the Bible is just going into technology. It's like every believer in the Great Commission using what God has stewarded to us. The Great Commission. I don't know, something like this. I don't know what I'm doing, everybody. We don't know what we're doing. This part's very confusing.
Let's see here. We could add like, because here's the thing about the proportion and then now the perspective, right? Is that we can put bikes and stuff in here. It sounds crazy, but I guess we could add anything in here now. Let's take out this one over here. Let's take out this stuff. This stuff's weird. We're just doodling. This is definitely outside of my comfort zone, though. We have gotten outside of the comfort zone. The program. Let's see here. I don't even know what I'm doing, everybody. We're just trying to draw something. I don't have a concise thing we're really going for. We're just kind of just building things in the prospects of hopefully finding something in the midst of all the chaos, I guess, at the moment. But this is built on the perspective grid, so it does work if we were to build it up in some weird way. What if we had like an armor suit right here? How do we... Okay, how am I going to put a bike in here? That's the hard... How do we honor the Lord by putting... Let's see here. What about we put like some sort of weird thing about oil? Or is that too controversial? What if it's, let's see. What if it's a skeleton with a, what about we do that? That would be weird. What if it's like a dead, what if it's like, what about if it's this guy looking into his own heart and then there's going to be a plant growing from it? And we'll have bio-robotics with the plant system emerging. Bio-robotics. So we're going to take this perspective. So this, if we draw a person right here, it should be in the same perspective. Oh, you know, instead of maybe doing it this way, maybe we could be drawing a, maybe like a tree growing or something. You know, like planting the seeds with stewarding what God has given us via technology. Ah, interesting. Now we've entered into the realm of we're tripping out, everybody. I'm just kidding. We're tripping out, everybody. Okay. I think I'm seeing something now. What about if this is the fields and this guy is using technology to spread the gospel? Should I just write biblical stewardship up in here? That'd be hilarious. Could draw a bike right here. How would we put a... I mean, I guess we could put a bike right here. Trying to think, how would we add a bike in here? I mean, I guess he could be holding a bike. Let's erase this one right here. And this is why we learn proportions, everybody. So now we can just draw a BMX bike by taking this proportion sheet that we have created right here. We know that that is at the end of the foot. We'll push that out like, or actually no, because actually, that's probably where the handlebars would be. Interesting, okay, so probably be like holding the bike right here. What in the world? What is this? And then there's just going to be like connections of phones. What if there's just millions of phones? Just like, what in the world? What is this? Millions of phones. All spreading the gospel. That's hilarious. It's actually not. I mean, I don't know. Let me erase this up in here. I feel like we need to start committing to some things. I don't know if I'm going to commit to the phones. I don't know about that. Maybe we could just do bigger televisions, because I feel like the phones are a little weird. Let's see here. How would we draw this? You could just draw flat TVs. Just like having them like floating or something within the system. It's like connected to the vine. I've never drawn a picture like this. This is really weird. I want to write somehow the Great Commission in here. How would I add the Great Commission? I'm trying to think about biblical stewardship, stewarding technology, the Great Commission. The Word of God is like the seed. So it's like, this is the Word. It's getting implanted into technology. It's basically like believers using technology to spread the gospel. Like, that is a trip, bro. Like, I've been listening for the past 45 minutes. What in the world? This is hilarious. I don't even know what I'm really doing. I mean, I kind of had some goal of trying to draw this, but it's kind of because of the Bible study that I did earlier, because, you know, the Bible study, because, you know, like in Warhammer, I don't know if you guys have ever played Warhammer. What's weird about Warhammer is Warhammer goes from like olden age into the future, right? Into Warhammer 40K, right? But what's weird is like I sometimes think about Christianity and how Christianity, like thousands of years ago, we were, I mean, I guess I wasn't alive then, but I'm just saying people back then were reading the gospel, right? But now with the technology nowadays, it's like, it's weird. It's like we're almost in sci-fi Christianity stage, right? That's how I think about it. Like, if we were to take a timeline, right? I just feel like we're in the era of sci-fi Christianity. It sounds crazy, but these are like connected in here. It's like connected to the vine or something, man. Are you connected to the vine? Remember we used to talk about DMT? That's funny, bro. I actually did know this one chemist dude that actually used to make that stuff. It's kind of crazy. But this was back when you could just, I mean, I don't know if I'd be talking about this stuff, but it's really weird. It seems really, really sketchy, though. I'm going to say that right now. You gotta, yeah, it's like super sketchy. It seems like really, really sketchy. Like people smoking it out of a light bulb. It's not like you just, it's not like you just like, you know, you just put it in a piece or something like that. It's crazy, bro. You put in vape juice? What in the world? I think it's just a natural occurring thing though, right? Okay, we need to connect everything. I'm gonna put another one up in here. Dude, this drawing's weird. It's starting to emerge. Oops. Now, I don't know, I'm going to be honest, I will say, like, if you are Amish, I apologize. Because I know the Amish are very, like, I mean, I don't even know why they'd be watching the stream in the first place, but I know the Amish are very, like, sketched out about technology, you know, so. But it does seem like a lot of believers use technology nowadays, so I don't know. Should we be stewarding technology? I don't know, right? It's like, I feel like we're called to steward everything, but alright, let's try and draw this figure a little bit better because this is definitely kind of janky. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of go into this pencil. We're going to just commit to this character right now. So we're going to go 1, 3 movable masses. Let's slowly erase this out and redo it. It's really janky. Okay, so let's put this. Okay, so let's see here. What we're going to do, we're going to do our first line. We're going to figure out the proportions of this. So just see if we can get the head proportion correct. So from this head proportion, we're going to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. So this is the proportion scale. It's going to get thrown into this perspective. So let's do our 3 immovable masses now. So our 3 immovable masses are going to be the torso. We have the line of action, which is the spine of the figure. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. One, 2, 3. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 is at the end of the kneecaps. It's at the end of the foot. This is pushed in that perspective, so Okay, let's make that a square. Let's split that in half. It's weird, when I do like this perspective stuff, I feel like I don't use the other pencil as much. Which I'm probably gonna need to get better at that, because it's just like I'm erasing so much. Okay, so then we're gonna go 1, 2, a little bit less, so it's actually the bike's right there. Put a head stem. Let's bring our line into perspective to that vanishing point. That's how we draw a bike, everybody, in this weird, ridiculous drawing that we're doing. Holy moly. This is crazy. This is craziness, man. Oh, I don't know if I can even finish this, dude. It's just too much, bro, you know? That's why I don't like doing the perspective drawings. It's just too much for my mind to handle. I feel like the characters, it's like I know exactly, I'm just drawing this, and that's all I have to worry about. But with the perspective stuff, it's like, now I gotta worry about all this. Is this lining up with this? This all up in here. Oh, we could keep going though. What if this guy had a freaking headset on, he's just connected into the system? Huh. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess this could be... I guess we could just put a bunch of plants in the back. Like it's like growing or something. He's just cultivating all this stuff now. Okay, let's draw some more of these plants. So we'll probably have another one right here. Probably have another one right over here. I kind of have a feeling that a lot of believers aren't going to like this one, I'm going to be honest. I don't like this one. Just too messy. What am I supposed to do up there? Oh, that's weird. I don't know about these plants either. It's kind of strange. I kind of want to just put more TVs or something, screens. Oh, I don't know if I can finish this, dude. This is too confusing. This is why I don't do the perspective, everybody. It's too confusing for me. I don't even know what I'm drawing anymore. I mean, I guess we tried it, but man, these things are brutal, dude. There's just so much you gotta, like, think about. It's just overwhelming to me. I like just drawing the characters because, like, I'm on a one, I just know what I'm going to draw with the characters. It's just like, boom, boom. This is just like, I have no idea what we're going. We're just like doodling and just feels like a mess. I guess it's just experimenting though. We're just having fun. That's what we got to think about. We're just experimenting. I guess we could just put another plant thing right here. Now that's weird. We're mixing like technology with plant life. Maybe what I should do, maybe I should use the light box Here, let's commit to some of these lines. I need to just full on. We're going to commit to the shape right here. I haven't been using this pencil because it's like I'm not like confident on what I'm going to do. With the characters, I like using this pencil because I'm just like, okay, boom, boom, boom. We're going to just go with it. But this is like, I don't have no idea what's happening. Maybe I should use the light box right now and then just go over it again. Yeah, we could do that. We could try that. All right, everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to make a marker now. So what I'm doing is I'm going to put some markers on this piece of paper so I can remember where it is on the perspective sheet. So what we're doing is we're putting a line right here, and then we're going to put a line right here. So if I need to go back and line it up with the perspective grid, we're going to remember that this line right here and this line right here is connected to this perspective grid right now. Now what we might do is, I think I didn't really want to get into using the light box, but we might start using the light box just for this perspective stuff. That's a lot more like mechanical design heavy. I'm still not sure exactly what we're doing up in here. Or should I just keep going with this? Because then I'd have to redraw everything. I think we're actually just going to keep it with this one. Alright, we need some different music. Because I do have this eraser. I mean, I guess what we could do, we could lightbox it. I don't know if I'm going to put all these screens right there. I don't know if that's cool. It's kind of weird. That is kind of what's happening right now. There are a lot of screens right now. I mean, what we could maybe do is put crosses on the screens. That would be weird. Too dirty now for me. It's just like I've just erased so much stuff that I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Holy moly. What? Feel okay? No? I guess we could use. Well, I guess we could experiment with the light box. Or I could just keep going with this pencil and just committing to it. But I think if I did do the light box, it would make everything cleaner. I guess we could let's just experiment with the light box. Yeah, we have this position saved, so. Yeah. Up. This is the second time I've used the light box on stream in terms of since I started drawing again. And I do not like using it really because it's confusing sometimes. And it honestly just makes me feel like I'm just wasting time. I know I'm not wasting time, but there's been many times where I'll start the light box layer and I just don't like it. And then I just don't finish things. Basically, that's why I don't like the light box, is it makes me not finish things very much. But I think what we're going to do now is we're going to experiment. We're just experimenting, everybody. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go deeper into the commitment layer of the green layer. So instead of doing the pencil layer right now, I think what I'm going to do is we are going to do the green layer of the pencil, and then I'm going to go and take the light box off and we're just going to have to commit to it. And maybe that will force me into just finishing it. So that's what we're going to do. We do not like this, but we're going to go with it anyway. Screw it. Nope, I just messed it up right there, darn. Man, I do not like the light box layer. It just makes me feel like I'm wasting time. I think I have to redraw everything, that's why I don't like it. don't know if we're going to do all the TV things. The TV things are kind of weird, huh? Fudge. TVs or no TVs? I don't think we're going to put the TVs. Maybe, huh? Doesn't look like it though in here. Okay, that looks kind of strange. See, I like using this one because the green pencil, it does give it some sort of unity to it. Darn, I feel like the TVs do kind of make it weird. We could do one. Maybe not. This is a very, very strange drawing, everybody. Holy moly, this is weird. This is like so strange. It's so outside of my comfort zone. Very, very outside of the comfort zone. It's kind of funny this stuff that Joel's writing. It kind of reminds me of this drawing. It sounds ridiculous, but it kind of reminds me of this drawing right here. Fudge, what am I even doing? I mean, I guess we could put like a raven or something instead of like a TV, but I feel like the TV does make sense because they're called to steward everything for God. I feel like it just, I don't know. I think people are going to get tripped out if I do the TV. Let's just try and bear fruit for the Lord. See, it's weird because now I like it like this. I don't like it with the TVs. I feel like it made it too weird. This one reminds me more of like you're connected to the vine. But like the vine is also, we're using technology too, so it's kind of weird now. Yeah, maybe then we could put like a figure back here with the bike. Yeah. I feel like the TVs are just making it way too weird. Yeah, okay, so let's bring it back out. Let's kind of like go and back into embellishing this now. Within the perspective grid. So let's take out this light box, man. I don't like the light box. The light box just makes me feel like I'm just wasting time. Because I basically have to redraw all of that, what I just drew, but also then it makes me change a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's put this back up on here. And this is why we put the arrows indicating where we last left off. Is because if you start using the light box without the perspective grid, you start getting all jumbled up in the mix and you start forgetting where you left off. And we still have it, so now what we do is we look, where is it? Okay, here we go. So we have this line right here. See, we put it through the light. And we have this line right here. See these two lines? This is basically our key to the perspective grid. So now what we do is we key it back into order, which it should be. Oh, actually I need to move this. Oops. That's confusing. Sorry, everybody. Apologies for the confusion right here. We gotta push this up just a tad. This key, let's put the key back in. Are we keyed into place? That is the key to this perspective grid. Let's tape it. We are keyed in to the perspective. Now we will be able to use this new revised edition, and now we can throw everything into the perspective grid again. And it's weird because we've made everything simplified, but I like it. There's a continuity in what we just kind of established. Now I'm trying to figure out how I can put a bike in it. That's what I've been trying to figure. How do I do a bike? I mean, I think what I'm going to do is let's establish our horizon line very vaguely. And now what we're going to do is we're going to put a bicycle in here as well. Because we're called to give, whether we eat or drink, let us do it all for the glory of the Lord. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add a random bike in here. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that is what we are going to do. So let's see what happens if we put a bike in here. Is this even gonna work? I think this is gonna be terrible. I don't think this is gonna work. Darn it. I mean, I guess, but then it's just like, why is there just a random bike right there? I don't think it's right in the I don't think that's right. I mean, I guess we could put it like this. We're just gonna draw a random bike in here. It's so hilarious. It's like, what in the world? What is that thing right there? I'm trying to promote the Lord, promote God. I don't know. It's hard, man. How do you give God glory in everything? That's just such a weird thing to think about, right? But that is what has inspired this drawing ultimately. So let's take this back here. I actually think this might work. So we take that. This is going to be 3D'd out. Because then if we know this proportion, we ultimately could draw a person in here as well. But I don't think we're going to put a person in here. I think this is going to be... And I actually messed this up. There actually should be a head tube right there. Is that gonna work? And I don't know if that's gonna work. That looks really weird. Like, what in the world? Why is there just a random bike in this drawing? It's weird. Huh. I don't know if I like that. I feel like it would work though, but... Okay, so, I mean, ultimately, if we know that, then we could maybe draw a slight figure. I don't know if that's going to work then, huh? I think what I might do is maybe I'll put a little bike right here, because I feel like it's just two in the way right there. Screw it, we're just gonna erase this. This is what happens. I just don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I feel like it's just gonna get too messy if I try and draw it like that. Yeah, I mean, like, we could try and draw a little bike right here. Just a really, really little bike. Does that look better? I feel like that does look better. Because then that thing's huge. That is a humongous bike right there. I guess maybe since then we can maybe put a figure in here, like a little one. This one I don't do perspective. Trips me out too much. So how do I fit something in here? guess what we could maybe do is have the bike right here. Oh, what about we do something like this? What if there's some sort of mechanism where they're harvesting the fruit? Maybe not harvesting, but planting the seeds. So they're taking the seeds from the Word of God, going into the fields, planting the seeds. That is hilarious. Now that's just funny right there. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. I think we're gonna commit to this little. It'll just be such a strange. The people are gonna look at that like, what is that thing right there? Well, that's a bike and a carriage right there. Huh. Are we gonna commit to it? I mean, I guess let's just go for it, right? And maybe we could put the Bible verse like right here. Let's just commit to it. We're gonna go with it. Let's go in deeper into this drawing now, I guess. It's confusing. I should have not done that right there. Wow. Can't do this, man. This is too brutal. I'm so bad at the perspective stuff. Huh. See, this is why I don't like doing the lightbox layer. Because now I start getting into this weird mode of like, man, I should have just kept drawing this one out. But then we're going with this one. That's why I stopped using the lightbox. It's because of that very thing. Now it feels like I'm just wasting time. feel like I've barely even done anything. I do not like the light box layer. It's weird because some people are really good with the light box. This feels like I just wasted a lot of time. Darn. I'm giving up on this. This is like just frustrated me now. No, I feel like I should go with that one. The very thing I said what was gonna happen happened to me. Because now I'm just like, I feel like this one is more embellished now. And that is the frustration of the light box, everybody. I don't know, does anybody else have that? I feel like I get frustrated with the light box. Because then it makes me feel like I'm just like wasting time. When I could have just drew this one out more. See, because now I'm like going back to this one. Oh man. Should have just done a character. Would have been done already. Oh my goodness, everybody. I mean, that's what I said. I was gonna try and do something different, but fuck, they're freaking hard. I just wasted so much time doing that. Yeah, that was brutal. Not good. Oh well. Let's just doodle. This thing's just frustrating to me too much. That is why I do not... I'm terrible at the perspective stuff, man. I tried to learn it, man, but it's just so heavy. There's so much stuff you gotta, like, draw. Let's just doodle now. Let's just, like, doodle portrait or something. See, this is me just going without perspective. Right now we're just kind of flowing with it more. We're just gonna doodle. I need to like re-up on the doodling. See, I like drawing without the perspective grid. I feel like the perspective grid just trips me out too much. Trips me out way too much. I feel like I can draw so much faster. I'm just like going with it. Just wasted I feel like I wasted so much time. Darn. I should have just drawn a character. Oh well, we tried. We tried, everybody. I know what I'm doing. We're just doodling. Just doodling at this point. Boom. See, why do I draw some? I feel like, man, the perspective grid, bro, man, it's so brutal. I've learned the perspective stuff, but man, it's just so gnarly. Because right now I'm like not even doing the perspective grid whatsoever. This is just free flowing it, right? And it's way less stressful. But some people are really good at the perspective grid. I feel like this is more like plant-ish, or the perspective grid's much more like different. Okay, wait, that's not way too much. What are we even drawing? I don't even know. Sort of technocrat. What is this? What in the world is this? Oh, well, wait a second. Or just tripping, or just trying to draw something, I don't know. fudge. What are we even doing? The doodling. Plant technology. Plant technology. Yeah, the characters are where it's at. I feel like I'm so much more. I would have already been done. Oh my goodness. Oh well, I guess today's just doodle day. Just doodle day. Could try and draw a fast character, I guess. Huh. I guess the thing is, how do we mix the perspective with like the organic? Perspective with organic. Maybe I should try and draw with the green pencil first more. Like I do with the characters. Just trying to experiment now. Oh man, today is brutal. Oh well. I knew what I was getting into. Because I know the perspective always trips me out. Ay, ay, ay. Every time. I don't know if it's like that for anybody else, but for me, that's just how it seems to be. I'm just like always like pretty confident going in with the perspective stuff, and then I just do the perspective, and then I start getting tripped out. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have fun, redraw. It's okay. We're going to go with something similar, but we're going to go with this pencil first. And just more doodle with the commitment doodle, I guess. Like I do it with the... That's actually where I actually might have gotten wrong. I didn't like do it with this pencil, and then it got kind of all messy and...
Now the tech cross is very hard to do. Very, very challenging to do a tech cross. I'm trying to think, how would we... Oh, we just gotta have fun. Very confusing. I guess what we could do, maybe I could just... I feel like maybe I shouldn't even try and do the tech stuff, man. The tech stuff's just brutal. But it is in the perspective, though. That's the thing, is if you put it in the perspective grid, the tech stuff does work. Maybe what we should do is, instead of doing the tech stuff, let's just go the complete opposite route and just put a bunch of plants and stuff. Maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just go full on just the opposite route. You know, we went the tech route and it confused me completely. So maybe what we should do is just go on the opposite route and we'll just go plant mode. Plant mode, plant mode, plant mode. Maybe rabbits or something. Plant mode is way easier. It's like you just don't have to think about the perspective. A little bit you have to think about it, but it's not like tech stuff. Sci-fi stuff is extremely hard.
See, this is much more chill. It's so weird. I just went through like 2 states of mind. Like, this is way easier compared to the text stuff. The text stuff, I'm just like, oh my goodness, it's just like, holy moly, I have no idea what I'm doing. This one is just like, you can kind of just like scribble and just, it's just way chill. It's like so much more peaceful. Holy Toledo. Way more chill, this one. Just lush life, vitality, lushness. Much better. You look way better than the tech stuff. Man, shout outs to you guys that do the tech stuff. Every time I try it, it's just like I try and go for it, but it doesn't work for me. Fudge, man, look at this. We went from this one, look at that, to this one. What the? Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Let's not give up. We're gonna get something down. Jeebus. Oh my goodness, today was brutal, but I think it was meant for a purpose. Because get this, this is actually in the perspective grid. I learned something today. So if we can put, we're trying to do perspective grid, but also organic. So what we could do with, maybe we could add a bike in this one. Right? I'm just gonna go for it. We're gonna just send it, everybody. Even if it's cringy, we're just gonna go with it. Interesting. So where would this, okay, so that would be on this perspective. Wow, weird. Very weird.
Interesting. Wow. Very odd. Well, there's a tangent. I don't like that. A little bit more. Huh. Very strange. Very weird. What in the world? It's so weird. We went from two different states of mind. Huh. Because this is more like natural. Yeah. Well, maybe there's a reason why it didn't work out. Maybe the tech stuff is... Right? Oh my goodness, bro. Why was the tech one so hard? Why did this one just flow and the other one was just a headache, man? It made no sense. Like, I feel like I expended 10% of the energy drawing this compared to the tech one, right? It makes no sense to me. Like this one just worked. The other one was just a headache. This one's way better, man. I don't know why, but it works way better. I think it's just because there's no tech stuff in it, basically. There's just the bike and that. And then I really tried, man, that tech one. Dude, I straight up did the light box. I did the freaking perspective. I tried to do everything I could to save that thing, and it was just brutal. It was just, I just got too frustrated. I didn't even finish it. Like, it just didn't work. Alright, well, let's go in with our pencil layer. You know, okay, so let me see. What did I learn today? Right? This was our failure attempt. We tried to draw this 2 times. I don't know. I think it's just the sharp edges, dude. You know, like when you're drawing like technological stuff, like you just have, if that sharp edge has to be within that perspective grid. Where this one, it's like, you know, we're just kind of just loosey-goosey in it, just loop, you know. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird, everybody. Looks way better. Oh, we can put a Bible verse right there. Alright, well, I guess,
I'm really just trying to figure out, what did I learn from all this? Why was the other one so frustrating? Huh. Oh, let's go in with our pencil there now. Guess we'll just think about let's see here. This is where it's at, man. I was trying to put a bike in the other one. It just was not working, man. All right, let's do our pencil layer just like we do the character, I guess. Let's try and work. Maybe actually, let's just work on I'm trying to honor it to the Lord. This is like, sounds crazy. I feel like I just went through like man versus nature, like some weird thoughts like that. I don't know, dude. It's weird. Like technology and man and Christianity. I don't know, dude. It was weird. It just seems way more peaceful, you know? Let's work on this.
dream vacation over a rental nightmare. It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Yeah, this is so much more fun. So much more relaxing and peaceful than the other drawing. Oh my goodness, it's almost like... See, this one just worked, man. The other one was just... Man, it's just a headache. I don't know. I don't know, everybody. I've actually never seen this entire video.
They're not called power tools because you need to be strong and powerful to use them. They're called power tools because they empower
having tiny little everyday superpowers, like skipping a trip to the mechanic, or transforming a front yard into your personal oasis. They're also called power tools because of the batteries that power them, but mostly because of the superpower stuff. Art, not just...
Yeah, I like these drawings when they flow. I think that's why I'm not good at the perspective stuff, because I kind of just like, I just kind of like natural. I feel like I'm more on the natural side. There's even, I just feel like it's, I guess it's just easier to draw, I think, that's why. It's easier to draw the natural stuff. I've never even seen this video. It's weird. I've only seen like Perry Merbor's section. What the? He was just doing sprocket stalls? I guess it makes sense. They did have that sprocket guard thing.
Some to-dos show up unexpectedly. That go helps you cross off each one easier.
I got the.
He got kind of muddy.
So you can get back to what it's all about.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging, the pain.
Emerge Trimfiant with Trim.
Bro, I'm still tripped out, man. Why did this one work and the other one didn't, man? I really tried, bro. I tried on that other one so hard. Look at this. What in the world, bro? It's like night and... What in the... Hey, I'm just not good at the tech, man. Mechanical design. I am doing a little bit of mechanical design with like the bike and stuff, but it's like natural mechanical design. Do you see a little bit of that, right? That's good.
What's that verse that says, whether we eat or drink, let us do it all for the glory of God? I'm going to write that one in there. Holy moly, that dude just did a decade freaking in there. My favorite part is the two little bunny rods. It's kind of funny. There's lush life, lushness. I don't even know what this one would be considered as, like landscape. Basically, a one without the character. Whether we eat or drink, do it all to the glory of the Lord. 1 Corinthians 10:31. One Corinthians 10:31. Corinthians 10:31. Okay, let's see here. Doing this one. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, do all to the glory of God. Trying to do it, but how about ruler I just had? What the is? Yeah, it was hard. It was strange, like the Bible study was hard, the writing was actually not that hard, and then the drawing was hard. Generally, it's the Bible study is somewhat easier, the bike riding's hard, and then the drawing's like middle. Let's write this verse in here.
Oh. So, hold on a minute. Okay. One Corinthians 10:31. I don't have a piece of paper for my hand. Did I miss Perry Merver's part? Where's Perry Merver's part? Oh wait, that's weird. Okay. It's right after this part. Two parts. Did I spell Corinthians right? Corinthians. Yeah.
Boom! Hole in one! I win! Yes, you do!
Hey, hot guy!
One of my favorite parts right here. Perry Merver's part. Do all to the glory of God. That's gnarly. Right when Perry's part comes on, we'd watch it. This is one of my favorite sections. Actually, this section actually kind of got me deeper into wanting to learn Flatland too. Especially the song that he has on it. Let's actually listen to this song. You know, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Why isn't this holding? It's weird. This thing's like weak. I gotta put on the song for this one. Oh wait, desktop audio. I think I gotta get rid of the desk. Oh, it is off.
The song's amazing. I'll let you know. Blessings, blessings. Oh, let your earn me mine. Oh, let your earn me mine. I always think he says Paladin right there. Oh, let your earn me mine. This would do a little Easter egg. Little Easter egg. It's like, what is that? Oh my goodness, today was brutal. I'll put a cross in there. Put some more crosses. You know, just put some more crosses in here. 3 crosses. So why did this one work so much easier? I feel like I didn't struggle with this one.
Put on the wood thing. Yeah, buddy. Try to spray my bar. There's a lot of cross tricks. All praises be to the Most High. And I like his I like his song choice. Has a lot of cross tricks in his edit, and he has a freaking edit that just talking about God is hilarious. Oh my goodness, everybody. I can't believe I even got anything done. I really man, dude, today was brutal. In terms of me trying to get something done on the drawing. We literally went from this to, where's that other? I don't even want to look at the other one. Well, you guys saw me start that one, but now what's interesting about this one is this one actually is still on the perspective grid. It's actually kind of weird, right? But with this one, we went more organic, where the other one I felt confined with the technological thing. This is just a little bit of tech, just the bike, basically. And here's the verse we put in. 1 Corinthians 10:31. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, do all to the glory of God. Some close-ups. Some Easter eggs up in there. Thinking about the vine or something. Something that says something like that. We've got to be a part of the vine. Something like that. And that is the drawing for today, everybody. This one was a struggle. Actually, this one wasn't a struggle. The other one was a struggle. I don't understand. I do understand. It's just I'm bad at technology stuff. Well, everybody, that concludes this stream right here. Man, that was brutal. That was a very gnarly stream. This one really flowed. I like the drawings that just flow. This one flowed. I like that. So a lot of this stuff's just abstraction, honestly. Just. Okay. Well, farewell, travelers. Anybody that watches this, I don't think anybody's even watching. I haven't even been looking at the chat thing. Get out of here. Farewell, travelers. Farewell.